but nothing further.
Thank you. So from the ministry, we have both ministries attending.
I didn't receive any apology.
Any apology?
From
All
them.
right. No, thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning.
I've got an apology from Member Pamache. She is busy with the party activities. I've got an apology from the minister, the Deputy Minister Tapa. She's attending a women's empowerment symposium in the Eastern Cape. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nyamza.
But I will be in and out the meeting, Chair, because I'm on leave, but I'm just standing in for Albertina to log in.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you. Molweni Mamutunjwa.
Morning, Chair.
How are you today?
No, I'm fine. I'm trying. And you?
That's good. Very well. It's good to have you back, and we hope you gain your strength and get stronger and stronger. I should actually be greeting with audio because I'm in an area called College Station in Texas in the USA, attending a conference out here. So it's been interesting to watch the culture of the cowboys in Texas. But honorable members, let me take this opportunity to welcome you to our joint portfolio committee meeting that we're having as Agricultural Land Reform and Rural Development, as well as Employment and Labor. We are joined by the Honorable Chairperson from Employment and Labor, the Honorable Mamutunjwa, and also the honorable members from both committees. I'd like to welcome you all this morning to our joint sitting, as we will be receiving several briefings on living and working conditions of farm workers and farm dwellers on farms. Ours today is to listen to presentations that will be put before the joint committee sitting from the Department of Human Settlements, as well as from the South African Police Services. And then we will have questions of clarity and comments from honorable members, which we will then be able to have responses from the respective departments. We will also then take two other presentations from the Department of Social Development, as well as the Department of Women in the Presidency, which will then also have questions of clarity and comments from the honorable members, and conclude with responses from the departments respectively. I will now hand over to Mamutunjwa if she has any opening remarks before I take the opportunity of inviting Human Settlements to the platform. Honorable Chairperson of Employment and Labor, Mamutunjwa, any opening remarks?
No, none, Chair.
All right. I will then lead in the two presentations and then hand over to Honorable Dunjwa to then also lead in the other two presentations that we will be having from social development and women in the presidency. Let me, honorable members, take this opportunity to welcome the department to present before the Committee on Human Settlements. And we have the Department of Human Settlements present.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee and colleagues. Chair, my name is Roshni Atkinson. I'm acting DDG for Research Policy and Planning in the Department of Human Settlements. I'm joined by my colleague, Mr. Paul Marcella, on the line. And if I could ask him just to please project for me. Paul?
Mamo Atkins, can you please confirm if the ministry and the executive are in attendance? And if not, why are they not participating in the meeting?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, Minister had apologized to not attend today. It's currently conflicting with a meeting of the MECs at the MINMEC today, and hence I'm presenting together with my colleague from the ministry, as well as acting DG also is in attendance at that MINMEC that's currently happening, Chair. I do submit the apologies. I'm sorry that it wasn't recorded, Chairperson.
Honorable members in the last sitting expressed their dissatisfaction in terms of the ministries not taking the issue of farm workers and farm dwellers and labor tenants seriously. And we would like to echo the same sentiments in this meeting, that they need to ensure that they prioritize the plight of our farm workers and farm dwellers. We will have to take it up with the relevant ministries and ensure that they do avail themselves for these meetings. You may proceed, Mamo Atkins, and let's take the presentation in the meantime. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Chair, the Department of Human Settlements definitely has put a lot of effort into ensuring that the plight of the farm workers are covered within our policies and programs. And in fact, on an annual basis, the grant funding that we disperse to provinces are assessed against what is going towards rural housing, including the living and working conditions of farm workers in rural areas. Just to emphasize, Chairperson, that we put a lot of emphasis on the provinces to ensure that it achieves the objectives of the policies that we've put in place. Chair, this portfolio committee in particular wanted to address three key areas. How are we achieving, or are we implementing the program within the housing code, and what is that program about? Paul, if you can go to the slide. Yeah, thank you very much. No, the content slide, please. The one before this. Yes, Chairperson, this slide, just to ensure that we are addressing the committee's questions, points number 1 to 5 deal with the National Housing Program for farm workers in terms of their living and working conditions on farms, and the housing that's being is intended to be provided in those areas against the policy. So items 1 to 5 will deal with that. And then 6 to 10, Chairperson, we give you a breakdown of the provincial allocations and deliveries in the provinces in respect of the program and the policies and the grant funding that we've allocated, as well as take the committee through the criteria that we expect provinces to utilize in assessing the allocation of funding to to this particular program. Next slide, please, Paul. Chairperson, the department has a very specific set of targets that our minister has been ensuring that we achieve for this medium-term period. It's the Mtsf targets, and our targets are specifically focused on the delivery of houses. On the FLIS, that's the allocation of funding to people earning between 3,500 and 22,000. We also are expected to deliver service stands. So, Chairperson, in addition to delivering housing units, we need to accelerate the delivery of service stands, largely to ensure that we are achieving the tenureship that we want to achieve both in urban and rural areas. So that particular target is very important to us, and that's where we would also find the rural housing, including farm workers housing in this particular target. We also expect to deliver social housing. Obviously, that has a very urban bias. And then, of course, the hostels program as well. So the target and the emphasis on this particular program for farm workers, housing is included in the target for service stands. Obviously, it doesn't just stop there, Chairperson. That's a progressive target, so we'd want to see the delivery of a top structure as well. But to ensure that we fast-tracking tenureship, because sometimes those processes take a long time before a house is delivered and the beneficiary doesn't receive the tenureship that they're entitled to. We then put in that target that we want to fast-track service stands. Chairperson, in addition to those priorities, Minister has put in place at least 8 key priorities that this department has been working round the clock in this last year. And the mud housing in particular is one of those areas that we are addressing specifically in rural areas that has also affected farm workers. And the goal for our department as well as for Minister is to ensure that we eradicate mud housing totally. This has particularly become an important priority, largely because of the disasters we've experienced in the last year, specifically in KZN in the recent months. But there's also been other disasters in provinces that we've had to address and has affected rural areas largely. Next slide, Paul. Chairperson, it's important to mention that in our program, in our housing policies, the Housing Code Program, Volume 6, specifically deals with the rural housing intervention, and the program around farm housing, farm workers housing is included in the program Volume 6 under farm residents subsidies, and we've circulated that volume together with the presentation, Chairperson. Next slide, please, Paul. In terms of the housing needs register and what we've picked up, so essentially what we expect provinces through municipalities to do is to register farm workers on a needs register that we have. And the challenge, Chairperson, is that process doesn't fulfill its logical conclusion that farm workers are totally registered on the National Needs Register. So to date, what we've picked up on the system is that there's 13,213 farm workers or domestic workers on farms that we've picked up in our National Needs Register, but that doesn't mean that's the totality of the number of farm workers. It could be more, it's just that the system is not usually updated in the way that is expected. And that's a particular emphasis we make to the provinces on an annual basis, actually through our entire M&E process, that we'd want people to register on the needs register. Next slide, please, Paul. Chairperson, the farm resident subsidies that we give is that in terms of our policy, it provides a definition of what a farm resident is as a farm occupier or any farm worker residing on the farm, and any labor tenant defined in terms of the Extension of Security Tenure Act. It also further provides that housing subsidies can be given to qualifying beneficiaries to obtain ownership and or rental housing in terms of this policy. So Chairperson, the farm residence is seen as a farm occupier or any farm worker residing on that farm. But the program endeavors to provide a practical approach to housing needs in terms of farm residents, that we then achieve that through various development options on the farm or off the farm, either by the province as the developer or a private developer of choice. And sometimes that can also, in terms of the program, include the farm owner, provision for rental as well as ownership options, and the protection of land and other rights. So this is what the program endeavors to provide in terms of how we'd want to deliver housing in farming areas. It will also fund houses and residential engineering services where required. And it's important to mention we have to work closely with the province as well as the municipality in this regard. The subsidy will also be granted to individual households in the extent where it is a project-based approach. So it's important that that project gets clearly defined, and that's where the provincial departments of human settlements and the municipalities play a role. The subsidies is not for seasonal workers, Chairperson, so that's important to mention. The subsidies also provides for adequate housing in terms of basic services and security of tenure. It promotes the development of sustainable human settlements. And that's important, Chairperson, that we're not just providing houses, that we're addressing housing need, but that we're also addressing all of the other services that go with delivery of housing. So that's what the policy covers, that we're empowering farm residents to participate in the provision of their own housing needs. So it's about ensuring that ownership is provided to farm workers, and where possible, promote the access to social and economic facilities. It's important that settlements are not placed, they don't become a place of seen as a problem for the municipality or the province, that it's also part of an integrated approach to human settlements. Next slide, please. So the criteria in the policy, Chairperson, is that the beneficiary needs to be a lawful resident of the country or in a possession of a permanent resident status, and any farm workers employed by the farm owner, that they're labor tenant, that they're legally competent to contract, that they haven't yet benefited from other government assistance or don't own any other fixed residential property. Then we apply the further requirements, which is whether the beneficiary is married or cohabiting, whether they're single financial dependents, and they must reside permanently with the applicant. The single persons without financial dependence must also apply for rental accommodation, and monthly household income, we're saying, must be supplemented with a proof of income. And that's the income category. So 0 to 3,500 is when a beneficiary will receive the full subsidy. And as I indicated earlier on, the 3,500 to 22,000 is where beneficiary will be able to qualify for a subsidy to apply for housing finance. Next slide, please, Paul. Other further qualification criteria, Chairperson, is the person can also qualify if they're classified as a military veteran. Persons are classified as aged with or without financial dependence. That's a further requirement. And persons classified as disabled may be awarded with a variation of the subsidy. Next slide, please. So that's what the policy covers. And as I indicated, Chairperson, the policy intent is that it's used for local labor, and that we are promoting the development of skills in both developing and maintaining farm worker resident settlements, that it is also contributing to the upgrading of existing farm resident housing, improving tenure security where applicable, where commuting is impossible, to ensure that we are providing housing close to employment opportunities and also other services, Chairperson. And there's various rental options that we consider, including subdivision and transfer of land, share block schemes, and long-term lease agreements. The intention is that where rental agreements are entered into with the beneficiaries, the farm worker and the institution must satisfy the MEC, because the MEC ultimately approves all of our housing projects that are funded, and ensure that the beneficiaries are fully informed of their rights and obligations in respect of the rental agreements. So that's the key policy intent, Chairperson. The next slide, Chairperson, shows the allocation that we have in terms of our grants. So this is determined by National Treasury. So we provinces get a provincial allocation in terms of the allocation formula. And that formula is informed by three things: whether the percentage of inadequate housing or backlog in that province, the percentage of population that are affected by that backlog, and the share of poverty of the country in respect of poverty alleviation. So those are the three indicators that inform the formula, allocation formula in the housing grant. And for rural housing, it would fall under the 70% allocation aspect of the allocation. So Chair, that's how the provinces then distribute their grants in terms of various housing programs. And then one of those programs will be farm residences housing under the rural housing intervention aspect of the code. Next slide, please, Paul. Chair, this is the housing delivery stats to date. So this is what we've picked up. So on a quarterly basis, provinces have to report on the housing subsidy system, what they've spent to date and what they've delivered. So to date, which is September 2022, the number of projects that we have showing in our system is 52 projects that are specifically addressing farm worker housing. The number of beneficiaries that are currently benefiting from this program is 2,518. And the total amount that's been paid or spent on this particular program is around 275 million. So, Chair, this is showing the stats for this financial year as well as partly last financial year. I think we would need to be able to go back and draw the entire stats to date of this program since inception. But this is what we've picked up from the system for now, Chairperson. As I indicated, Chair, the problem also is that provinces don't necessarily update on time, so this might not show the real-time figures in terms of what's been delivered and spent. Chair, we have got particular challenges in respect of the implementation of this program. The sector determination in farms is around 13,625, and that we are currently working with rural development to enumerate farming areas. So hopefully we'll be able to have a better understanding of the sector determination. The housing qualification criteria also we've found is slightly problematic. And what we're saying is that we need to be able to create a similar program with rural development, specifically around military veterans, but that they're also contributing towards top up of the option that we're providing as a subsidy. And this enumeration then will help us confirm details around the population register and especially those that are qualifying for the subsidies. We're also working with rural development to access their deeds records to establish those that do not own property, but we are aware are living in farming areas. And we'd also want to engage with the relevant entities dealing with the UI system to also give us further information of qualifying beneficiaries. Next slide, please. Chair, it's important that as I indicated, the numbers on the needs register is low. It's not a true reflection of what we know exists out there. And it's largely because the system is not updated as we would expect it to be updated. But it's also a challenge on the beneficiary side who don't have necessarily access to digital platforms. So I think that we need to consider how do we bring this kind of service closer to the beneficiary so we get a full idea of what is the need out there. A single system of monitoring and evaluation does not exist, Chairperson, and that was one of the questions the Portfolio Committee had around tracking, monitoring and tracking the delivery of housing for farm workers. But what we do say is that we are working with the provinces, and we would expect them to update the records as we've set in place on the housing system. But there are a number of disputes that sometimes don't get logged as well, Chairperson, and we'd need to work with rural development as well as the municipalities that we understand what those disputes are, and particularly the rental housing tribunals become an important platform in this. Sometimes court evictions get addressed, but it's not brought to the attention of the department because it's not recorded on the system. The fifth challenge is around the housing code, which provides households that face imminent evictions qualifying for alternative housing in terms of the emergency housing program. And what we've suggested now in working with provinces is that there must be an emphasis in the business plans that we approve on an annual basis to ensure that they are addressing households that are facing this imminent evictions. But also, Chairperson, as I said, we sometimes don't get informed through the provinces of some of these cases. And there's also a lack of interdepartmental engagement across M&E about M&E around evictions. And as we are currently doing with rural development to set up a forum that will help us just bring in the various municipalities as well as provinces to participate in how do we then strengthen the kind of monitoring mechanisms that we have currently in place, albeit not yet fully established. Chair, that's the presentation from Human Settlements. I hope we've covered most of the issues, but thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mamo Atkins, for the presentation on the human settlements issues regarding the living and working conditions of farm workers and farm dwellers and labor tenants on farms. Honorable members, we will now take our second presentation from the South African Police Services. Let us take the opportunity to welcoming SAPS. You may take the platform and proceed.
Excuse me, Chair. I don't know who I must make a co-host so that they can present from SAPS. They must just tell me who must I make co-host, Chair.
Thank you, Boss Sakasa. Let us try and see who is on the platform from SAPS that will be presenting before the joint portfolio committees.
Honorable Chairperson, I'm Lieutenant General Mohlala, the Divisional Commissioner for Visible Policing and Operations. I'm together with Brigadier Major General Pinar, who is the component head for proactive policing, which is dealing with rural safety, and together with Brigadier Hopoditata, dealing with stock theft, together with Colonel Stein, who's our parliamentary liaison officer. So Major General Pinar will be presenting, but Colonel Stein will assist with the co-hosting to present so that the General Pinar can present our presentation. I submit.
Thank you. Thank you. I see a hand from Lieutenant Colonel Mlambo.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. I am the one who will be liking the presentation. So I think it's right to chair the presentation.
You are not audible. There's a loud noise wherever you are, Lieutenant Colonel Mlambo. So please find a better area that is not as noisy as we are battling to hear anything you are saying.
Okay. Can you hear me now, Chair?
Lieutenant, yeah, you can proceed.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. My name is Lieutenant Colonel Mlambo from Parliamentary Services. I will be flighting the presentation for SAPS, if I can be given rights. Thank you.
Pausakasa, are you attending to that?
Yes, Honorable Chair, I'm looking for her or Colonel Lambo to give the rights. Oh, there she is. She is now co-host, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. We can proceed.
General Pinar, can you proceed?
Thank you, General. Good morning, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable members of both committees. I will be doing the presentation. I'm just waiting for the presentation to appear on the screen. My presentation will focus on the police implementation of our rural safety strategy, and I will share in the presentation an indication of the statistics of
recording in
criminal
progress.
incidents on the statistics on murders and criminal incidents on farms and small holdings and rural areas, as well as a breakdown of the statistics of the
My
staff
apologies,
units.
Major General Pinar. The presentation is not yet is not yet flighted. Can we ask Lieutenant Colonel Mlambo to put up the presentation? Thank you. You may proceed, Major General Pinar. It is already uploaded.
Thank you, Chairperson. We can go to the next slide, please. Presentation will speak to the rural safety strategy, as I've already indicated, the progress on work done to address stock theft, crime and crime prevention in farming areas. It will speak to policing of the legislation related to security of tenure and Labour Tenants Act, as well as human rights violations on farms and small holdings. We can go to the next slide. The purpose of the presentation is to brief the joint committees on labour and employment, as well as the Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development Committee. This is, I think, a repeat of the previous slide. We can go to the next slide, please. Okay, the police implemented the first rural safety strategy in 2011, and it ran from 2011 to the end of the 2019-20 financial year. At the end of the 2019-2020 financial year, 877 of our 883 police stations that we classify as either rural or a combination of rural and urban had implemented the rural safety strategy. And then we reviewed the strategy during 2018 and 2019. And the National Commissioner approved the new rural safety strategy, or a reviewed rural safety strategy in 2019, which was then launched by the Minister in Makado in Limpopo Province on the 11th of October 2019. On the next slide, the Minister, okay, we've been implementing the updated rural safety strategy since 2020, and it will run until 2025, but we were requested by the Minister to review the strategy and engage with our stakeholders in this regard. So we had hosted a summit with all rural safety stakeholders in Parys in the Free State on the 27th and 28th of June. And then the Minister, in consultation with the National Commissioner at the end of the summit, appointed an integrated task team that is working with the police now to identify specific priorities that we need to address in terms of the implementation of the rural safety strategy. You can go to the next slide. The implementation of the review strategy started in 2020. We've developed a monitoring tool to monitor the implementation of the strategy and an implementation toolkit that was also developed and introduced to all our rural safety coordinators at all the stations deemed rural or rural urban, so that they can be supported to implement the strategy. Next slide, please. The strategic intent of the strategy is to deal with rural safety as an integrated approach to day-to-day policing in the rural environment. It promotes the establishment of integrated and multidisciplinary approach between police and other departments, such as, for instance, our local governments, Department of Traditional Affairs at local level, the agriculture departments at local level, to improve safety and security in rural areas. And it provides for the mobilization of communities, including our traditional leaders, to support the implementation of the community policing strategy, which includes the focus on rural safety. The rural safety strategy is essentially a community policing strategy, or community policing approach. The strategy has 8 pillars, including building effective capacity for policing rural areas, improving the policing in the rural areas, to improve policing infrastructure in the rural areas, to improve the governance system for policing in rural areas, and for ensuring that there's a clear and responsive governance in rural areas in respect of rural safety, to improve communication and marketing in respect of rural safety in all the rural police stations, community involvement and stakeholder collaboration as pillar 6, to focus specifically on organized crime threats in the rural areas as pillar 7, and then pillar 8 provides for monitoring and evaluation. On the next slide, we speak to the implementation criteria, and these criteria are used to determine whether a police station is considered to have implemented the strategy. So they have to have a rural safety priority committee functioning that includes participation from all the rural stakeholders, including government and non-governmental stakeholders and community. They must appoint a rural safety coordinator to coordinate all the policing activities and manage the functioning of that rural safety committee. They must develop a rural safety plan in collaboration with all the stakeholders, focusing on the specific crime threats in that rural community. They must ensure that there are quarterly rural safety meetings of this committee with the community, and then they must implement joint crime prevention programs and projects in cooperation with all the other role players in the rural safety structures. Next slide. This slide indicates how we've classified the police stations. So we have 250 stations nationally who are deemed mainly urban. So they are stations that exclusively police an urban area. Then we've got 484 police stations that has a station area that includes rural and urban areas. So if I use an example like Polokwane in Limpopo, that police station area is mainly urban, but it does have areas that is considered peri-urban or rural. And that's included in the Polokwane police station area. So that's why it's shown as it's a mixture of urban and rural. Then we have 422 stations that are mainly rural. So the vast majority of their policing area is a rural area. And that is based on the 1,155 police stations that we had when this classification was done. We have since added 3 new police stations. So when we do this next year, there will be 1,158 stations reflecting. This slide just indicates, it's just our monitoring slide that indicates which stations have implemented, but I think we can go to the next slide, which gives a breakdown of the stations that have not yet implemented. So of those stations that we require to implement the strategy, only 97 have not yet implemented, 2 in Limpopo, 43 in KwaZulu-Natal, 47 in the Northern Cape, and 5 in the Free State. And the reason why they've not implemented is mainly to do with the COVID-19 restrictions up to June 2022, where some of the meetings couldn't take place. And in the rural areas, a lot of the stakeholders rely on a physical meeting. So we could not deal with all the requirements in terms of our implementation criteria. The meetings didn't take place, for instance, the outreach programs couldn't take place, but that is all coming back online now that we no longer have COVID-19 restrictions. The next slide speaks to the specific examples of stock theft cases. The Minister asked us to specifically brief the committee in this regard. There was an engagement with the Minister in Bethlehem in 2021, where we had engagement with the community following a murder that took place in that area. And based at that meeting with the community in Bethlehem, the minister was given a folder with information related to alleged police involvement in stock theft, and that was investigated by the DPCI. And it resulted in the arrest of 5 police officers from the Lady Brand stock theft unit, as well as a farmer and his son for involvement in stock theft. And then the suspects are currently in court. The next court date is the 30th of November. So that was just a specific success that came out of the minister's engagement with the community in regard to stock theft. On the next slide, I want to just go back to the issue of the priority committees. We have rural safety committees at national, provincial, district, and station level. I'm not going to go into the details, but essentially it provides for, it's coordinated by the police, but it provides for participation by the government departments at that level, organized agriculture and farmers association, but also farm workers unions and civil rights organizations, again, that functions in a particular area. You can go to the next slide, please, to me. Then our rural safety plans, I think this is the main mechanism we use to ensure that at the station level there is an integrated rural safety plan. And those plans must deal with, ensure that there's improved safety and security in that rural environment. It must ensure that they've got relationships between the police station and the farming and the rural community so that issues can be resolved between them. That there's a system that addresses the crime and the responses to crime in the rural area. That there's improved service delivery, and then safeguards in the rural community against crime or disaster. Specifically in rural areas, those structures play an important role when there are disasters. For instance, extensive veld fires. We usually mobilize the whole community to assist and respond. Then in the rural safety plans, we require the station commanders with their coordinators and the stakeholders to develop these plans annually. And in those annual plans, they must work together in a coordinated manner. They must engage in joint planning, and they must address and combat crime in the rural areas, also as determined by their crime threat and crime pattern analysis. So all of our crime fighting is supposed to be informed by crime threat and crime pattern analysis. And the next slide, please. Then in those plans, we must have proactive and reactive measures that addresses the generators of crime. We must make provision for responses to emergencies and contingency plans which serve to be followed when an incident takes place. So this might be a criminal incident, but it also speaks to some natural disasters. And then these rural safety plans must be updated annually, and we must ensure that they address the concerns of the rural community with their stakeholders, which may include in certain areas the farming communities, but in other areas it might be a more traditional community. Go to the next slide, please. Then multidisciplinary interventions. In addition, in support of the initiatives we take specifically on rural safety, we do have a community policing strategy in place, and we consider the rural safety strategy as a community policing strategy. And so our community mobilization campaign that we call the Community in Blue, it provides for volunteers that work with the police, is in place, and we prioritize the implementation of Community in Blue specific for rural areas, so that we have, in terms of Pillar 6 of the strategy, we've got Community in Blue volunteers that work with police in rural areas to be our eyes and ears, in a sense, to, in other words, report any information and suspicious behavior to the police to ensure that we've got early intervention to respond to issues that the community raise with us. We can go to the next slide, please. Then the next slide speaks to the stock theft and endangered species units and specific initiatives in this regard. The endangered species, stock theft and endangered species units police the outlets relating to livestock and wildlife. They've initiated specific in national operations like we use in Congo and Sinambela during 2021-22, which was extended to the current financial year, and they undertake weekly policing of specific outlets like auctions, feedlots, abattoirs, and taxidermists, which is also important in the context of, I think, the current gazette that speaks to the limitations on the transport of cattle, for instance. They conduct awareness campaigns within communities to encourage compliance with regard to the Animal Identification Act, the Stock Theft Act, and Game Theft Act, focusing on the marking of livestock using brand marks and tattoos, and the acquiring and transporting of livestock. And then there's specific provision for the establishment of the stock theft information centers and provincial biodiversity investigators forums with continuous meetings to improve and maintain partnerships with communities, agricultural organizations like the Red Meat Producers Organization, commercial farming or unions like the Transvaal Agricultural Union, wildlife sector like the Private Rhino Owners Association, other government departments like Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, and Fisheries, Forests and the Environment. Then the Stock Theft Prevention Forum is established at a national and provincial level and consists of government departments, agriculture organizations, and also academic involvement. There's also collaboration between the Division Detective and Forensic Services and Division Human Resource Development to train stock theft investigators. This is a specific concern that we need to capacitate our stock theft and endangered species units. So in that regard, they have 2 learning programs a year for each of those focus areas. These are specialist investigations, so they get specialist training. Then our statistics from April 2020 to March 2021 compared to the 2021-22 financial year, this gives an indication of cases reported. And I'm just going to go to the summary that indicates, if you look at the last column, it speaks to, if we include the unfounded cases, then we had a reduction of 1,100 cases between the previous 2021 financial year and the 21-22 financial year. If we don't include the unfounded cases, in other words, those cases that could not be substantiated, then we had a decrease of 998 cases. So that's in the Eastern Cape. So if we look nationally, we say that without the unfounded cases, we had a national decrease of 1,293 stock theft cases reported nationally in the last 2 from the previous financial year to the last financial year. Then we can go to the next slide. Because this compares the same information for April to June 2021 compared to April to June 2022. That indicates that we've got a decrease of 319 cases reported if we include unfounded cases and 301 if we exclude unfounded cases. We can go to the next slide, please. Stock theft arrests. Minister specifically asked that we must also indicate not just the cases reported, but the arrests. And I must just indicate, Chairperson, the Minister is currently busy with the handover of the sword ceremony for the National Commissioner. But he has briefed us on this, and we briefed him, and he gave us specific directives in terms of what we must include in the presentation. The stock theft related arrests for the period April 22 to June 2022 is 1,982, with 441 arrests in Eastern Cape, 201 in Free State, 54 in Gauteng, 489 in KwaZulu-Natal, 159 in Limpopo, 228 in Mpumalanga, 223 in Northwest, 104 in Northern Cape, and 83 in the Western Cape. We'll go to the next slide, please. Our next slide speaks to our incidents of murder recorded in rural areas, murders at farms and smallholdings in particular from April to December 2021. On these slides, we need to I will just indicate every time that the time period, because the time periods on the slides are different. We had 40 murder incidents in this period, April to December 2021, compared to 46 in the previous financial year and 31 in the 2019-2020 financial year. Those incidents were also associated with other crimes committed in the same incident. So we had, for instance, the theft of vehicles, robbery, stock theft, rape, 6 attempted murders, and 9 robbery at residential premises, cases linked also to those murder cases. If we go to the next slide, we give a number of incidents, a total of all the incidents that happened on farms and on rural properties, basically, between April and December, was 454 in the first 3 quarters of the last financial year. And in that same time, included in that 454 is the 40 victims that were murdered. Then in the next slide, when we look at April to December 2021, we've broken down who were the the victims of these crimes, and now we're looking at all the crimes, and the victims is there's a larger number than victims than there would be of crime. So previous slide I indicated the number of incidents, but here we're looking at the number of victims, and here you've got an indication of who was the victim in those crimes. So in 208 cases nationally, an employee on the farm was a victim. In 106 cases, a farmer was a victim. One incident, the victim was a farm manager. In 201 incidents, the victims were occupants on the farm. In 23 cases, the victim was the owner of a farm, and security guards in 26 cases, and visitors to the farm in 21 cases. Now, these cases include, they're not all murder cases, only 46 are murder cases. They include 41 thefts of motor vehicles or cycles, 3 attempted robberies, 21 stock theft cases, 31 rape cases, 68 attempted murder cases, and 248 robbery at residential premises. So the majority were robbery at those residential premises. Then the incidents of murder from January to March 2022, we had 15 victims murdered compared to 11 in the previous financial year and 6 the year before that. We can go to the next slide, please. On the next slide, it just gives in that same period when we had the 15 murders, we had 98 incidents recorded overall on the rural areas. So we've had a decrease in the number of incidents recorded, but an increase in the number of murders. And go to the next slide. On the next slide, we just give an indication again of those 15 murder cases. And I think here we did not give this breakdown for the larger figure, but for the 15 murder cases from January to March this year, we had 2 incidents where the victim was an employee on the farm, 2 incidents where the victim was a farmer, 9 incidents where the victims were occupants on the farms, and 1 where the victim was a farm owner, 1 where it was a visit to the farm. Then if we go to the 47 murder cases that we reported from April 2021 to March 2023, in those 47 incidents, we had 55 murder victims. 13 were employees on the farm, 2 were owners, and then 1 was a visitor to the farm. In some cases where we don't know, the information is not immediately available, we would indicate it as an occupant on the farm. But in this regard, so this is why there's 9 occupants, because they may not always have the detail of in what capacity that person was on the farm. We can go to the next slide, please. And then just a comparison of the incidents and the murders, number of victims from the last 4 financial years. So this gives the information for the whole financial year. And in the previous slides, I spoke to a portion of the financial year, so the figures will not be the same. But we've had an increase of murder from 47 in 2018-19 to the last financial year, 55. And an increase in incidents on farms and small holdings from 338 to the last financial year, 552, which is very worrying, and I think also needs the reason why we focus so much on the implementation of the strategy. Then the next slide speaks to the case management, so basically the cases reported. So the 47 you see are the murder cases that was reported in the first 3 quarters of the financial year. And then 24 of those cases are still under investigation. Then 14 cases are in court at the moment, and then 1 case is undetected. That was not yet, could not yet identify a suspect. In 31 cases, there were arrests. 31 accused were arrested. 27 of those accused are currently in court, and in 4 cases of people arrested, the cases are not yet enrolled in court. We can go to the next slide, please. This just gives an indication of the division of the cases totally. So of those 47 cases, 24 under investigation, 4 with the prosecutor, 14 remanded in court, 1 undetected, and 4 not enrolled. Go to the next. It's essentially the same information. And here we've got an indication of 87% of the cases are in court and 13% not yet enrolled. The next slide, please. Now we're looking at the first quarter of the current financial year, where we've got 10 cases, of which 6 are still under investigation. 1 is with the prosecutor. 1 is not yet enrolled, and 2 cases are in court. And in terms of arrest, we've had 4 people arrested, 3 of whom have already appeared in court, and 1 not yet enrolled in court. We can go to the next slide, please. And this is the information for the first quarter, just a pie chart that gives the same information, so we can go to the next slide. So basically showing that 75% of the cases from the first quarter are in court and 25% not yet in court. So essentially just 4 cases, so it's 1 and 3. We can go to the next. Then in terms of unlawful occupation of land and evictions, the police, we've recognized this as a particular concern, that we must ensure that our police correctly responds to these cases and deal correctly with both the victims and the complainants and in these cases. So we've issued a national instruction that provides specifically for the police to be informed of the legal framework within which we must deal with policing of land invasions and evictions. We've provided detailed directions on how the police must deal with illegal land invasions and evictions and the responsibilities of the members during such evictions. The instruction was originally circulated in 2017, but we've also reissued it so that we remind our members that they must act according to these instructions. When we do capacity building sessions for our rural safety coordinators, we include that instruction so that they know how to deal with these issues, specifically in the rural areas.
Okay. Please mute your microphone. Please mute your microphone in order not to disturb the meeting. Please mute your microphone. Tate Matias, mute your microphone. Thank you. Let's proceed.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. We can go to the next slide. Then we've identified, we're in the engagement with our stakeholders at national and at provincial level and at district level, we've identified specific issues where multidisciplinary intervention is required, that the police alone cannot deal with these issues. In order to address the tensions in communities that often contribute to crimes in the rural areas, we need to deal with issues like the conflict arising from land reform and land tenure disputes, including forceful evictions of farm dwellers where dwellers are also denied burial rights or on the farm for farm dwellers. We need to deal with disputes relating to the numbers of stock theft or the numbers of livestock that a farm dweller is allowed to keep on a farm, the access to grazing and water for the livestock, and also impounding of livestock without following the proper procedure. Challenges with the provision of municipal services, including water, electricity, and social services to people living on privately owned farms. And then we need a platform for engagement, because there's currently no platform for engagement between farm dwellers and farm owners to resolve issues which may escalate crime and violence, including, for instance, then the kind of typical crimes that we then see happening is arson, malicious damage to property, but sometimes also it spills over into assault and violent crime committed between farmers, farm workers, and farm dwellers. In conclusion, Chairperson, from the police perspective, our rural safety strategy recognizes that rural safety is a matter of national concern. It also contributes to food security. So we need focused attention from the police, from other departments, as well as civil society, including our traditional leaders, our community structures, and organized agriculture and organized labor to ensure that we address rural safety at all levels. Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you, Major General Pinar. Any further input from SAPS? If not, honourable members.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. That will be our submission. Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you, Lieutenant General Motlala. Honourable members, we'll then open the session up for questions of clarity or comments on the 2 presentations that have been put before the Joint Portfolio Committee on Agricultural and Reform and Rural Development, as well as Employment and Labor, by the Department of Human Settlements, as well as South African Police Services. Can I make a request that all the honorable members that wish to pose questions, please raise your hands so that I can be able to identify you easily. I will now give the opportunity to the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Employment and Labor to have the first bite. Honorable Dunjwa, you may proceed.
No, thank you, Chair, and good morning to everybody, including the Minister of Rural Development, Land and Land Reform. I think I saw her here in the platform. Just quickly, Chair, in terms of human settlement, in areas where we visited, in particular, I will cite the Eastern Cape, when we were concerned about the standard of living, let's say standard of accommodation, where people are living in the farm. And when we wanted to check why is it they are not being built houses, and the response that we got was it's because the farm area is a privately owned property. I may have missed that in the presentation of human settlement, because I really wanted to check how are they managing that situation. That one, some of the farm dwellers, they don't want to be relocated where municipality and the province can build houses for them, but also equally is that the farm owner is saying, this is my private property, so I can't allow anybody to build a structure. The second one, Chair, is about the issue of rentals. I don't know if I got it, if I got it correctly. I just want to check if human settlement, with the understanding that inspections are being done by employment and labor through a unit of inspectorate and enforcement, that have they ever checked the standards of these houses and the money that people are paying? Because some of these farm dwellers were saying, we are charged almost half of my salary, if not 3/4 of my salary, to pay rent. When you see that this is just to say it's a house, it's a place to stay for a human being is understatement. I just wanted to check that's human settlement. On SAPS, as much as I've got quite a number of them, but I will only focus on 3. 1, in KZN and Northern Cape, we were told when there was a serious allegation that SAPS officials are more biased to farm owners. And people were saying it's because a police station is situated in the farm, or a police station is being rented by SAPS. In fact, if my memory serves me well, in KZN, the Provincial Police Commissioner did say that there are police stations that they are renting from farm owners, and communities in that area were a bit, they say their cases are not being followed up. Police persons are siding with farmers because the police station is in that vicinity. I would have thought that in this presentation, in particular by SAPS, they will reflect on the challenge of illegal foreign nationals that are working, knowing very well that that also is the responsibility of DEL, working together with Home Affairs. But I'm of the understanding that SAPS also comes in there. What then is the what then in the presentation? There is no reflection on that. A request, Chair, from my side will be because we really want to know, we really want to be exposed. That is why in these public hearings, we were saying to people, be specific. And therefore, be specific, make an example. If you say an inspector from Department of Employment and Labor is citing, tell us who is that official, because they say they know them, they see them. My humble request is, because I'm of the understanding that this oversight was a special kind of an oversight, which we want to understand the situation, and therefore, being general is not going to assist us. And maybe they won't be able to do it now. My request is that, can we then be furnished by, in particular, the Department of SAPS to break down in Eastern Cape, where in the Eastern Cape in terms of the district. I'm just making an example in all those areas, so that when we are also, for me, maybe to be aware that maybe in my constituency, there is a challenge of this. So if it's just saying Eastern Cape, make an example, matters in the Eastern Cape where this, but in which district, so that we are quite clear on what exactly we are dealing this. Those are the areas, Chair, that I just wanted to speak on. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Tunjo. The Honorable Bauinana.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to the Minister and to the colleagues and the officials. Chair, what I'm concerned of is not what is being said here, but I'm concerned about the omissions. Things that are omitted in the presentation, especially when talk on the human settlement. We visited a farming community that was housed for a period of more than 80 months in a community hall without any proper services from the municipality. I thought that when we talk about the human settlement and the living conditions of the farm workers, what happens after they have been evicted illegally? So, is there any partnership that is happening between the human settlement and the people that have been evicted? And for staying in the community hall for 8 months without water, without electricity, without privacy, without food, what is it that the human settlement is doing? And we previously heard last time that before people are evicted, there needs to be a proper procedure that is being followed of informing first the MEC and the DG, so that they can see what is it that they have to do. But the problem is that it is not reflected on the report on the living conditions about the farm workers that have been evicted. On the issue of SAPS, Chairperson, yes, we understand that the rural safety plan is there, but can we be told what is the responsibility of the private security companies that are operating in the farms? In particular, the one that is called ITEMBA, because we were informed several times by the farming community that the farm workers are harassed, beaten up by these private securities. And they're working in conjunction with the SAPS. Even when they go to report the cases to SAPS, there's nothing that is being done. The other problem, Chair, is that what is missing on the presentation from the SAPS. So we were expecting the SAPS to tell us that they got the claims from the community that their livestock have been shot at or killed because the farmer wants to reduce the number of the livestock that is in that are on their farms, and that is happening without any compensation to the owners of this livestock, who are with our farm workers. I was expecting, Chairperson, that the SAPS must tell us to the cases that were reported to them and arrests have been made, because they do have the stats of how many people that were arrested. But what they are not telling us, what were the outcomes of those people that have been arrested? Because all over that we're visiting those areas, it was a common outcry that their livestock are being forcefully reduced, killed, shot at, and there's nothing that they get as the owners to be compensated. And yet those livestock, they're feeding their families with. Excuse me. Chairperson, those are the issues that I'm saying, that despite the presentation that is being given, but there's a lot that is omitted, that is not clear. And the relationship and the partnership between with the private securities, what is it does in terms of helping the community and assisting the farm workers? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Inana. The Honorable Mamum Kondo. Honorable Mamum Kondo. Bawinana, please lower your hand. Honorable members, are there any other honorable members who may wish to pose a question? Please raise your hands. Please raise your hands. Honorable Montreди.
A very good morning to everybody in the platform. I've got two. First one is in relation to the first
Dr. Montreди, you are not audible. We are battling to hear you. We are battling to hear you, Dr. Montredi. I will give you another bite. Can you sort out the area you're in? And then we'll take your questions.
Can you hear me, Chairperson?
Oh, yes. Now we can hear you, Dr. Montreди.
Can we?
You may proceed. We can hear you. Okay, Let
Can
us
you hear me,
proceed. Yes, please proceed, Ntate Montwedi.
Oh, sincere apologies, Chair, is the network in the village where I stay. The presentation, first one, Chair, of the Chair. I want to check something. There's where the department made mention of the national needs registration and indicated that this has been the responsibility of provinces and municipalities, and indicated that actually there hasn't been a lot of work done in terms of registering, doing that national needs register. Now, I want to check at the level of municipalities, whose responsibility was that? And also at the level of provinces, who was responsible for that? And the other thing, Chair, is with regards to the role played by the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development with regards to that national needs register. Don't they have any other role that they play with regard to updating that register or registering our farm workers and farm dwellers in that register? And lastly, to check who else can actually be able to assist with regards to updating the national needs register, because it can't be left the responsibility of the departments that have for over the longest period failed to be able to do that national needs register, Chair. That's all on the side of the Department of Human Settlement. On the police, Chair, there's just a lot that one must raise around the issue of the police. I just want to continue where the last two speakers left off with regard to cases not being attended in farms, especially when they are opened against farm owners. We have that very same situation. There's a place in Ventersdorp, a rice mill belt in Ventersdorp. There are many of farm workers that are badly beaten by farm owners there. The police don't even attempt to open a case. Even the community says, yeah, we can't just go to the police station because they never open up a case. So I want the police to actually look into that so that they see how do they deal with that issue. The other issue with regard to that, Chair, is that the fight against stock theft in our communities, I honestly don't think the police will ever win this fight against stock theft. I'm raising this, Chair, because when you look at the stock theft units, where are they located? They have not every police station has got a stock theft unit. The police have to travel 100 or even 200 kilometers for them to be able to access the communities where they should be able to assist with regard to these things. I want to check from the department, why can't they ensure that every police station has got a unit that deals with stock theft so that matters of stock theft could be attended with ease in police stations where we currently have got police stations. The other one, Chair, is with regards to the cars that they give. Most of the time, police can't attend to matters because of the type of cars. We normally call it the tools of trade, the type of cars that you give them. And this has been a complaint for the longest period. And you are not just looking into this issue of the type of cars that you give the police because they are unable to access off-road areas where most of these cases are. The issue of cell phones is a serious problem. The issue of laptops, Chair. When a police is maybe approaching a truck loading a livestock, they are unable to trace the, what is this thing? They are unable to trace the brand mark because it needs a certain system within the police for them to be able to trace if this has been reported as lost or what. They'll have to rely on calling the nearest police station, who most of the time, phones are not even working. With regard to those tools of us and the likes, what is it that they're doing in order to help our people there, Chair? Thank you very much, Modula Stilo. Ke kopa maitshwarelo ka network e ne tle e sa siama.
No, thank you, Honorable Ntate Montwedi, for the questions. Honorable Mamutwete.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to the honorable members and to the officials of the departments and SAPS. Chair, I have clarity that I need from firstly before I comment on these two presentations. I have one clarity, Chair, that I need from the committee, both committees. Where is the committee brief, Chair? This is a joint committee of agriculture, land reform and rural development, and employment and labor. We went to oversight. We encountered and we saw what has been happening. I just looked at my emails, Chair, and I thought maybe there's something that I've missed of a committee brief that will be talking to these issues. One, the second issue that I want to comment on, Chair, is directed to SAPS. In one of the meetings that we had during our oversight, it has been reported to us that the police are working with the private security. In fact, there's a private security that is doing the police work. They arrest people, farm workers, and take them to the police and tell SAPS to charge them on this charge. How are they handling that issue? The second one, Chair, there's a court case. There's a pending case of a farmer in the Northern Cape. That case is almost 10 years, if not more, of a farmer that killed. It's a well-known case, Chair. A farmer that shot and killed a farm worker, and he said he thought he was a baboon. That case has been dragging for over almost 10 years. I'm raising this issue to SAPS so that SAPS can give us a proper update, a detailed update to what is happening in this case. Why is it pending for so long? Those are some of the issues that were raised. And the last issue on SAPS, Chair, they reported on the police stations that rolling out the strategy. I would like to know from them, Chair, how many police stations that are situated within a private farmland. I'm asking this, Chair, because it raised from one of our meetings with the communities that when the farm workers go and report these issues to the police cannot do anything because their farm, their police station is within his private land. How many of these police stations that are situated in private land of a farmer, and how are they rectifying that and when? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Twete. The Honorable Mamum Kondo.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning to you. Honorable Chairperson of Employment and Labor, Mam Tunjwa, honorable members, officials from the departments that are here today. Chair, I'm sorry, earlier on I was cut by a network. It's very bad where I am. We are experiencing load shedding now. Chair, I will start with the Department of Human Settlement. It will be a salad of comments and questions. Chair, as long as the two departments don't give us a clear distinction between rural areas and farms, we are going to have a problem, Chair. Because to me, what has been presented today by the two departments are things that are happening in the rural areas. Very little that is said here is actually happening, specifically the positive things. Very little that are happening in the farming communities. Then, Chair, slide 13 of the Department of Human Settlement is talking about more than 375 million that has been used for the housing of, I don't know whether it's in the rural areas, as I've alluded before, whether in the farms. But then if we can be given a breakdown of to exactly where are the 2,518 beneficiaries, where are they, which provinces and which farms? Because I believe the questions that were sent to them were dealing with farms, no rural area, no area under traditional leadership, no area in the rural areas, in the farms. If they can give us according to what the provinces and the municipalities have given them, and to say, Chair, have they ever been to those units? Did they see them? The quality and everything. So, Chair, there is a lot said by SAPS, and there is a lot that is raising questions. I'll put it, following my colleagues that have already spoken, maybe I'll put it in another manner. Are they aware that there are private security companies that they have taken over their space of operation? And if they are aware, where are those private security companies in terms of provinces? And what is it that they have done since they've become aware that there are private security companies that they have taken their space of operation? And Chair, the cases that they are talking about of stock theft, unfair dismissal, constructive eviction, my question is, how many cases of that are about the abuse of farm workers were dealt with successfully in the year 2020, 2021? Because the cases we are told of here of stock theft and so forth, in many cases, they are favoring farmers. Farm workers, their cases, what we observed is that they are not taken seriously at all. Can they give us a breakdown of cases of illegal evictions, unfair dismissals, constructive evictions, where human rights of people are dealt with very negatively, that they have taken with them and they had a successful conviction? Because, Chair, seemingly in the farms, SAPS will wait for a farmer to kill a farm worker or a farm worker to kill a farmer. That's when they will talk about the abuse of one versus the other. And the last one, Chair, will be, does SAPS have any unit that deals with farm workers and farmers, like they do with units of stock theft, GPV, and so forth?
Honorable Mkondo, are you still with us? Honorable Mkondo. Honorable members, are there any other honorable members who may wish to pose a question that I have not recognized? I had requested earlier that all honorable members should raise their hands in order to make sure they are easily identifiable. If not, let me pose questions also to the presentation. Honorable Member.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to all members on the platform. Chairperson, with regard to the slide that was presented here, one would like to firstly appreciate the presentation from both presenters. Now, my question will be directed to SAPS on rural safety strategy that they've presented here. You know, when they present here, I noted something on the renewal on their review, on the review of their strategy, which started in April 2020. Which was ending on the 31st of March 2020, which will be ending on the 31st of March 2025. They're talking about monitoring tool that has been developed to monitor and implement and the implementation of that strategy monthly and on a quarterly basis. I just wanted to check something, Chairperson. I can say, I don't know. I'm very frustrated because the SAPS, we were informed or they will be having what they call committees in rural areas, in the villages. And those committees, they're not functioning at all. There is nothing happening. Yet our communities in the rural areas, they're suffering a lot. We don't know what is happening because there were street committees that they were saying they will be formed, and they would, I don't know the monitoring that they are talking about. Maybe they could tell us where they started with the reviewed strategy that they are talking about. Where did they start about the reviewing of when they reviewed this strategy? Where did they start? When are they monitoring? How are they doing it? So that we can be able to understand what is happening, because we don't see their footage, those committees on the ground. The implementation toolkit was also developed, they are saying, which was also introduced to all the rural safety coordinators in rural areas and urban police stations. But we don't see them in the rural areas. Can you just give one example of their monitoring tool where they're dealing with it? The other one, they were talking about the key focus areas. They're talking about key focus areas, Chairperson, in their presentation, rural safety priority committees meetings that they facilitate on a quarterly basis. Where did this happen? We have what they call ward councillors, we have ward committee members, but we don't see the program on the ground. It's like the police activities have been collapsed in the country. We don't see anything, Chairperson. I just wanted to check that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Memato. The Honorable Ntate Masipa.
Chair, good morning. Good morning to my colleagues. As you can hear, my background is quite noisy, Chair. I am at Nampo Cape. I might not be able to really pose as many questions. I'm covered by my colleagues. I just wanted to indicate that. And yeah, that's it for now, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ntate Masipa. Please lower your hand, as well as Memato, please lower your hand. Honorable members, any other honorable members who may wish to pose a question? Thank you. Let me also, colleagues, welcome the presentation put before the Joint Portfolio Committees of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, as well as Employment and Labor. I will pose a few questions on the human settlements presentation, as we have welcomed the commitment to eradicate the mud housing throughout the landscape of our country. Yet from our oversight, honorable members, especially in KwaZulu-Natal, Mpumalanga and Limpopo, where I was, we have seen mud houses which are in their worst conditions, thus posing a risk to the occupiers, being farm dwellers and farm workers in those respective farms. What I did not get from the presentation, honorable members, is practical steps to ensure the realization of this objective, i.e. that being the eradication of mud houses. Secondly, in some cases, honorable members, the department does not need permission of the farmer because these are state lands, or actually farms that have been allocated to labor tenants. Also, honorable members, on the question of the needs register and the fact that there are low numbers of registered farm dwellers or workers, the department needs to be proactive and go to farms and run campaigns for registration needs. It does appear to me that not many farm dwellers are aware of the programs. Perhaps another question is for the department to tell us, how does a farm dweller get into the register, and therefore the process that is due to be followed? Honorable members, the Interdepartmental Coordination seems to be the challenge. We have already had during oversight visit that the forum for coordinating interventions has collapsed. I did not understand whether in this presentation the department is saying that they are planning to start coordinating, or have they started? If they have started, can they please brief us about the matters that have been agreed to date with regards to provision of housing, including emergency housing, as well as how the department can intervene during evictions? The department, honorable members, has raised sectoral determination as a challenge. Can the department please elaborate what are the challenges that relate to sectoral determination? I also want to understand why they would be coordinating with the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development only on sectoral determination, and not the Department of Employment and Labor too. We welcome, honorable members, the statistics on housing delivery on farms. However, we would like the department to submit the entire statistics from inception to date. The state must indicate the year and the province and district, together with related budget and expenditure submission by end of next week, that being Friday, end of next week. We'll truly appreciate that. In regards to the presentation, honorable members, that was put to us by the South African Police Services, by Major General Pinar, I would want to ascertain, honorable members, in terms of section 23, subsection 1. It says, no person shall evict an occupier except on the authority of an order of a competent court. Section 23, subsection 3 states that any person who contravenes a provision of subsection 1 or subsection 2 shall be guilty of an offense and liable on conviction to a fine or to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years, or to both such fine and such imprisonment. Honorable members, during our oversight visit, we had instances where farm dwellers go to police stations to open cases of eviction, but local police turn victims of evictions on the basis that it is the farmer's land and on the pretext of private property. It tells you that the station commanders and local police officers do not have knowledge about this legislation. In some cases, police officer will also tell complainants that they do not have a code with which to register the case. There are no arrests of landowners that evict people unlawfully or destroy people's properties. Honorable members, I therefore would like to gain an understanding in what ways can the South African Police Service help to change the state of affairs, which is undesirable for South Africa 2 decades and almost 3 decades after our democracy. There is, honorable members, a perception that the police stations work for farm owners and not farm dwellers and labor tenants. By extension, it means that the rural safety strategy and related plans may not have been crafted with the land rights of farm dwellers in mind. For instance, in both farm dweller and landowner, if both farm dweller and landowner have a dispute about trespass, a police is likely to take the story of the farm owner rather than a farm dweller because the owner can present a title deed. However, there are legally recognized land tenure rights on farms, especially that of labor tenants who have used the land for many years. And we clearly saw examples of labor tenants that have been on the farm and utilizing the land for almost 30 years, and in some instances, 40. We actually met an elderly gentleman that had been on the farm for 42 years and yet was still evicted. In many cases, when new owners come onto the farms, they tend to limit those rights and they open cases of trespass. What is the South African Police Services need is a renewed effort on training of its members. Can honorable members, the SAPS, comment on this observation? I also want to bring to SAPS attention the gross inhumane brutality that is meted out on a daily basis to the people of Sebande by the Grayling family. We had serious problems emanating from our public hearings and our interactions there. one of the farm workers told of an incident where he was shot in the eye in the presence of two SAPS police who did nothing in terms of apprehending or even arresting the farm owner. Later, 2 days later, the same farm worker, Mr. Khailin, went to another adjacent farm and shot two brothers and killed them. To date, there's never been a case opened against him, nor any arrest done. I would like SAPS to comment on these atrocities that have been meted on a daily basis against the farm workers and farm dwellers at Khatsibande. There is also in the area of Limpopo, many incidences that we had about a farmer by the name of Dutoit, who also brutalizes the farm workers and farm dwellers. I would like SAPS to also comment in that regard. Thank you, honorable members. I will now hand over to the Department of Human Settlements for responses, and then we'll take responses from SAPS. Let's hand over back to Mayor Atkins of Human Settlements. You may proceed. Mayor Marshall, please lower your hand.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for the comments, Chair. I'm joined with my colleague, Ms. Nonhlanhla Buthelezi. I will ask her to address the questions, and those that she hasn't covered, I'll deal with. Thank you, Chairperson, if that's okay.
Thank you. May I proceed?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning, members, and protocol is observed. My name is Nonhlanhla, surname is Buthelezi. I am responsible for policy in the Department of Human Settlements. Most of the questions posed, Chairperson and members, it's basically around the policy provisions that we have in the department. One of the areas that the members have asked about, it's the issue of the visiting the farms just to check the standard of accommodation. As a department, we do have norms and standards that we utilize for constructing houses. The size, it's determined, it ranges between 40 to 50 square meters. The 40 square meter, it's for persons that are not having any physical disabilities. 45 square meter, it's for a person with disabilities. And 50 square meters, it's for military veterans. We also provide higher density designs as well, though they are not necessarily applied in the farms. And we also have what we call emergency housing units, which are measuring about 40 square meters. I'm just making a reference to this so that at least members do get a sense that as a department, we do have standards that we have, which we apply when we have constructed houses. The same applies when we put engineering services, which caters for water, sanitation, and so forth. It does exist in terms of what we provide, including the gravel roads that will be provided in terms of road and stormwater services. In the department with the provinces, we do have engineers and quality assurers who are responsible for quality assuring whatever that we would have constructed. We do have an agency, one of our agencies called National Housing Building Regulations Authority, which is responsible for checking or the quality of the structures that get developed. So it does have engineers and inspectors that go on the ground and check the quality of our services. What probably does not exist, it's in terms of checking the standards, like the committee members were indicating that they've visited and they've seen the structures that are there, which are not necessarily built by the department. What I'm trying to emphasize is that where we've been in terms of the statistics that we've provided, everything that would have been built, it will be in compliance with those standards that I've just made a reference to. What probably I should commit that we are going to do is to share the documents that explains the norms and standards like I've alluded to. The other question, Chairperson, it's around the issue of the private owner, which I agree that it is a problem given that as government we have policy that says we need to develop where government is already owning land. In the event that parcel of land is still in the hands of a private person, the MEC is supposed to have entered into what we call a land availability agreement, such that at least it shows that there is an agreement to say that parcel of land is now being made available to those individuals that will be qualifying for housing assistance. So in the event such cases are being picked up, those farm dwellers, they need to indicate to the department such that at least they get assisted in terms of developing that land availability agreement. But I must say, Chairperson, it does require further conversations with the landowner because he is the one who will enter into that agreement such that at least development begins to happen. There is, though, Chair and members, an issue which I think it does require attention, which oftentimes it gets misinterpreted. There is an old legislation, I think it's legislation number 70 of 1970, which talks about subdivision of agricultural land. There is a section within that legislation, I think it's section 3, which says that the agricultural land shall not be subdivided. And if we need to subdivide, we need to get the permission of the minister or consent of the Minister of Agriculture. And in the event the consent is not given or granted, then there will be such cases that the member maybe have made a reference to. So as I'm raising that, I'm looking at it to say maybe as we are here, we should be maybe coming up with some mechanisms such that we are able to deal with those issues, maybe legislatively, and maybe come up with further amendments such that it does accommodate those cases within human settlements. I think the other question, Chairperson, I think it was relating to the persons who would have resided in community halls for more than 18 months. Maybe from the policy side, I must explain that in events of evictions, we do have a policy instrument as well. It's called the Emergency Housing Assistance Program. It's where we provide temporary housing units for those beneficiaries that would have been affected by evictions. So in instances where communities would have been put in halls, the provincial departments are supposed to be working around doing the preparatory work around feasibility studies and planning studies such that at least they are able to put in place those emergency housing units. And I would probably request maybe the members to share the details of those cases so that we can be able to go back and track exactly what is it that made the province not to maybe house those beneficiaries for a period of more than 18 months. In terms of our planning, as I've made a reference to preparatory work, depending on the nature of land where we are constructing, some of the land may be going through the environmental impact assessment, which usually takes a longer period. I'm just citing that as an example, just to give a sense that there could be definitely serious challenges in that regard, but we will have to go back and check the details so that we are able to explain what is it that transpired in that regard. The other issue, Chair, which I think you've raised, it's the omissions in terms of the presentation. I must apologize, Chair, on behalf of the department. I think we looked at the fact that we already went beyond at least 12, looking at the time frame that we were advised we will be talking to, which is 20 minutes. There's a lot that we could have put, including the norms and standards that I've made a reference to. Like I indicated, we do have the policy on emergency housing assistance. We could have maybe provided more details around that program so that at least the criteria is fully understood. That program does apply in cases of emergencies. It could be evictions, it could be disasters that are natural, declared or undeclared, and a whole range of other categories. I think, Chair, we will also share that information so that at least there is information that is fully understood, at least around what do we provide. The other question, Chair, which I think has been raised, it's the issue of the National Needs Register and whose responsibility it is. The National Needs Register, it's a register where we record all the South African beneficiaries that are interested in getting subsidized housing. We've expanded the needs register such that we are saying even if you require rental, you do need to register your need in terms of that register, whether you're in an urban area or you're in the rural area. At a provincial level, there are what we call customer care centers where what beneficiaries are supposed to visit and be able to record their information. At a municipal level, we do have municipalities which have been given powers and function to do housing. We call them accredited municipalities. They do have access to such this system, which where they are supposed to load the needs according to those beneficiaries or potential beneficiaries that would have visited them. I must also share, Chairperson and colleagues, that our minister has made a number of pronouncements around us changing the systems that we are having. We've spoken about digitalizing the housing and human settlement system. One of the initiatives that we've started this year with CETA, we are working on an application where beneficiaries should be able to register their own housing needs sitting wherever they are seated, using a cell phone or using any gadget that they could have, given that after the issue of COVID, most South Africans ended up having access to this technology that we are using, all of us. So the initiative, it's more about, instead of saying a beneficiary must walk and go and look for a customer care center in the nearest town, that beneficiary can be able to apply on his own or her own using a cell phone, logging in and just recording his needs such that he is able to get a number, just like other departments and how they are dealing with it. So it is one of the projects that we are currently busy with. In terms of the question on the role of Department of Agriculture, I think they can be able to assist as they do their own advocacy campaigns in the farms and advise that there is indeed this needs register. And as a department, I think it is our intention to work on a program of doing a door-to-door campaign in terms of trying to register the needs. I think it's one of the areas that we'll have to probably fund properly such that at least we are able to reach our beneficiaries who are in the rural farms. There was a question, Chair, on the specifics in terms of slide number 13. We do have the data sets in terms of the breakdown per province. And I think the question was specific to say we seem to be having clubbed all the information according to rural areas and farms. We have not provided the details of which farms. I've just I opened one of the spreadsheets that we have which is sourced from the database. And I've been able to select some of the farms that are part of the statistics. I think in the Northern Cape, there is Vetklep, there is Dasserrand, there is Sonvreg farm, there is Danfley, just as an example, but we will make that information available. I think, Chair, probably there are these other ones which maybe I should maybe leave to my acting DDG to maybe cover. But I would like to believe, or maybe take this one on sectoral determination before I hand over to her. On sectoral determination, I think it's an issue that we've debated, which I think most of the colleagues from rural development relate to it, given that it's one of the areas that has created maybe a slow uptake in terms of the program. The qualification criteria for a free BNG or RDP house is that you must be earning less than 3,500 rands in terms of income, and a whole range of other areas, like you must be South African citizen and so on, which I think Ms. Atkinson did talk to. In terms of the income, if a person earns below 3,500, she'll get that free house. If a person earns between 3,500 and 1 cent, up to 22,000, that person will qualify for a partial subsidy, which we call a finance-linked individual subsidy program. And oftentimes that program, it does require a beneficiary to go to the bank to make a loan. So what we've picked up as we're engaging with rural development in the previous year is the fact that now there is a sectoral determination which has put the income of farm workers to be around 13,000 rands. And by virtue of us looking at the qualification criteria, which says you'll qualify for a house, a free house, if you earn below 3,500 rands, it just kicks out the persons who are residing in farms who are farm workers because of that sectoral determination. We have sort of agreed to say we do require different intervention, which I think in the slides we've summarized it to say it's a program similar to what military veterans, the military veterans program is providing for. So we are making those proposals, and I think part of us only citing rural development, it's because rural development had already begun with the process of crafting a program which they were calling it a farm dweller program, where they will be incorporating all the other sector departments and the different services that they need to offer. And they were requesting the department to make available subsidies so that they can be able to implement such a program. So it is work that I think Chairperson does require us to further engage, such that at least we are able to deal with that, and then be able to even bring the other sector departments if there is a need for labor. We should be able to look at that. I think, Chair, I'll stop there, maybe hand over to my acting DDG to finish off. Thanks.
Thank you, Nhlanhla. And Chairperson, I think that the mud houses that you raised as a problem and concern in the KZN, Mpumalanga and Limpopo province, that is also a priority for the department, and perhaps in the emergency housing assistance program, when we share that details, it will be important to highlight the approach that we're taking as a department in respect of the eradication of mud houses, and we'd like to share that details of that program with the committee. Chair, the other, essentially there are problems or gaps within the existing program that we've recognized, and we will be evaluating it with the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation to ensure that we are responding to the concerns that the members in the committee have raised. I think also to mention that coordination with rural development has been there. We have been working with the department, but there is room for improvement, Chairperson, and hence we're saying that the existing forums that are there, as well as the relationships, we'd want to look at how we improve it. It's not only with rural development that we're engaging with, there are the other sector departments, but Chair, the issue around coordination and working together with sector departments has been a challenge, and it's something that we want to ensure that we are improving. We do engage regularly through even the various IMCs with the various sector departments, but as I indicated, Chair, the program requires a relook, a reevaluation in terms of how effective are we being, especially when it comes to us engaging with the other sector departments. Chair, I think it would be important to share with you, as Nonhlanhla indicated, the norms and standards, so that members of the committee are aware of the extensive nature by which we provide to provinces in terms of providing quality housing to communities. We'll also draw the information from the HSS as you'd requested, Chair, from inception to date, and perhaps also share the approach to the National Needs Register. And each province takes a different approach in terms of how that is populated, and we will ensure that we share that with the committee. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mamo Atkins, for the responses. We'll now invite the South African Police Services to respond to the questions that have been posed. There are also two other questions I actually intended asking while we were in our visit in Mpumalanga. We heard of the shooting and killing of Bawunkosi, who was very much in the forefront of the visit by the Honorable Minister Obaupegi Cele, and having appeared in those public hearings, he gave extensive input about gross brutality that was meted against farm dwellers and farm workers. 2 days later, after those public hearings, he was shot and killed. Can SAPS please respond to how far are they in terms of their investigation of the killing of Mr. Nkosi? Secondly, we also have a SAPS registered case, which we would like SAPS to respond to this in writing. During our oversight in Normandy, in KwaZulu-Natal, we came across a case of a certain farm owner, Mr. Boshoff, who was traumatizing the Boshoff family, the Ndlazi family, and there had been a number of cases brought against him. And we would like a response from SAPS in terms of this case number in particular, case number 159/12/2021, which was opened against the respected farm owner, Mr. Boshoff, on the 25th of December in 2021. And you can realize from the date it's on Christmas Day, yet these farm workers and farm dwellers, instead of celebrating Christmas, had to be sitting in the police station levying the complaints. And this is actually a case not of Ndlazi, but Mchali family. If you can respond to those, we'd greatly appreciate that. Let's now invite the South African Police Services for their responses. You may proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members for the questions. I'm going to give a strategic response, and then both the General Pinar and Brigadier Kuboditata will then respond. But with your permission, Honorable Chairperson, I'm going to request that some of the, especially those incidents which needs specifics, that if we can be allowed to give the response in writing. Honorable Chairperson, firstly, from the side of the Department of Police, South African Police Service, it is not in any of our policy for any SAPS official or members to be biased towards any person, including farm owners. And where these members are found to be illegally performing those functions, as South African Police Service, we have always ensured that we take serious steps, which may, as a result, also lead to the dismissal of those type of members. The issue, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members of the private security companies, we as South African Police Service, we are having a project called Eyes and Ears, together with all security companies. But that project is not intended for private security companies to actually take over the responsibility and the functions of the South African Police Service. It's actually for information sharing and ensuring that South African Police Service can respond as such in terms of their constitutional mandate. And without any further ado, Honorable Chairperson and members, I would request General Pinar to then begin to respond to specific questions, followed by Brigadier Kuboditata. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Honourable Chairperson and members. I just want to pick up where General Mtlala left off on the issue of the private security. We have, because we were concerned about the possible encroachment of private security on our space, we have issued a circular in the police that we will make available to the committee that spells out for police station commanders in particular what exactly are our responsibilities in terms of working with private security, what we must do, what they are allowed to do, and it's very clear that private security is not allowed to act as police members. They can't arrest anybody. If they were to effect an arrest, it would be a citizen's arrest, like any citizen would do so. So it's not something that we encourage as a rule, and we also do not want private security to participate in operational work, like for instance conducting roadblocks. So it's detailed and it's very specific, and I will share that so that you can also take note of what guidance we've given to police stations. And so if there are instances coming to your attention where that is not adhered to, we would very gladly hear about that and act on it. In terms of the evictions, just in terms of a national perspective or a more strategic perspective, our guidelines that speak to the police on what they are required to do in cases involving land tenure or eviction is very clear that we act on the basis of a court order. So I think everything the chairperson mentioned in the legislation is covered in the national instruction. We've also issued a standard operating procedure to elaborate more on the requirements for the police. Again, I'm happy to share that. And what we can do then is we have defined specific offences on the crime administration system. What we've not done is to include those offences as part of our normal monitoring of crime in the rural areas, but we can certainly, for the purpose of this committee's work, request that information and provide it. It would require an ad hoc request on our systems because it's not statistics that we normally report as part of our crime statistics. We usually report contact and violent crime and property crime, but we can draw this information from the system and make available the details of the cases registered, where they were registered, and give the summary of that. And again, I would request if there are specific incidences where the committee is aware of that was raised in your oversight visits, we would really appreciate if that information is provided to us so that we can follow up on what went wrong, why the police did not respond as was requested, and we can then also do, if we say, targeted training with that particular police station, in addition to, I think, taking on board the recommendation by the chairperson that we actually take this up in our ongoing in-service training to police members, because it is important that police members ensure that they protect the rights of every member of their community, and certainly that there should not be any bias. And in the implementation of the strategy, we have taken great care to work with the stakeholders that also represent the interests of farm dwellers, farm workers, and traditional authorities, not just the organized agriculture. So our strategy is not written from the perspective of the farmers. It is written as a rural safety strategy that's supposed to deal with the interests of everybody who lives or works on a farm. And I think that is particularly the minister's request to us as well. It is about the safety of the broader communities living in rural areas. It's not about farm safety. So I don't want to repeat specific the principles. I think the question to me was also to say, can I give specific examples? We had on the 14th this week, we had the National Rural Safety Priority Committee meeting that was attended by representatives from this is a national priority committee that met. We had representatives from the Department of Agriculture in the meeting from all the provinces, the police in all the provinces. We had representative from the Food and Allied Workers Unions, from the National Emerging Dairy Producers Organization, from the National African Farmers Union, from the African Farmers Association of South Africa, from Agri SA, from TIU SA. So we've had fairly broad representation at these committee meetings. That is replicated at provincial level, and then it's supposed to also be replicated at local level. And we get, our monitoring system basically requires on a monthly basis for police stations that are considered rural to give us a written report signed off by the provincial commissioner that says this is what we've done in the last in the reporting period. So in this last month, these were our successes. This is the hotspots we've identified. This is the meeting we had. So we get written information, and then obviously we monitor the cases on the system, incidents that are reported. We've got a monitoring system that picks up specific incidents. So we've given a definition of specific crimes that must be reported to us that we monitor as incidents in rural areas, and that is the statistics I've presented. Now, I was presenting from a national perspective, so I didn't break that down, but what we can do in writing for the committee is to break that information down. So if I give 454 cases, I can give you a breakdown of what those cases were, where they took place, and and what we've already indicated with the murder cases. I think I've already indicated who were the victims, and that again was something we did specifically on the request of the minister, is to indicate not just that we had so many murders in rural areas, but who were the victims of those murders. So to make sure that the perception is not created that those, let's say 40 murders, were murders of farmers, but they were actually murders in rural areas, and the numbers of people murdered actually are spread across the different categories of farm workers and farm dwellers, and even visitors to the farm. So we can give that a more detailed breakdown to the committee in that regard. Then lastly, I just want to say that in terms of the specific cases mentioned of farm workers turned away, specific examples given of private security arresting people who came to farm workers in this particular context, we would need a little bit more detail in that regard. Even if we don't need necessarily the case number, but if we can just get an indication of where it happened. I know the two incidents mentioned were in Limpopo. I'm not sure what station area, but in Gatsbande was mentioned with one family. So I'll follow up those issues where I've got specific details, but in the other instances where if we can get details that would assist us to do a specific follow-up and to give you specific information. Chairperson, with your permission, I will hand over to Brigadier Koporitata now to respond on the stock theft specific issues.
Chairperson, thank you very much. There are a number of concerns that were raised with regard to the stock theft. And then maybe to start with the one whereby an information was requested from us with regard to the district which are the hotspot in as far as the matters of stock theft are concerned. My answer to that is very simple. We do have the statistics and we are monitoring the stock theft from the national office. And if it is possible, Chairperson will provide the feedback in the next meeting. But having said that, there was also a concern, Chairperson, with regard to the resources at the offices of the stock theft and the number of the stock theft that we do have in the country. From our side, what we can say is that we do have 93 stock theft units in the country. But from our side, we also have a concern, and that is why in the beginning of this financial year, Chairperson, there was a tasking from the National Commissioner that our organizational development need to conduct a review on all the stock theft units in the country with the view of providing more information with regard to the resources that are not adequate at the offices of the stock theft. Over and above that, Chairperson, one thing that I can say is that we are monitoring cases of the stock theft from our office. For an example, from time to time, we are engaged in different organizations like TAU, Agri-SA, like AFASA, and so forth. And then on the 14th of September, we had a meeting of the rural safety with the representative of different organizations in the country, whereby some of the problems were ironed out, and we are looking forward to strengthen the relationship that we have with different stakeholders. But over and above that, Chairperson, on an ad hoc basis, we are engaging all farmers unions to make sure that their concerns are attended to. And then our next meeting in relation to the stock theft is going to take place on the 17th of November, that we call the National Stock Theft Forum. The purpose of this meeting is to get an information from the community relating to the problems which they have. And then with all those that I have said, Chairperson, I think I have covered the majority of the things. And then that's all from my side, Chairperson. And then like my general was saying, if there is anything, Chairperson, we are requesting that maybe we should be provided with more information in relation to the cases which members of the portfolio committee are having concern about. So I think that's all from my side, Chairperson.
Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, maybe just to add, from our side, the South African Police Service, one of our
Lieutenant General Motlala, we are unable to hear you. You are not audible. Please move in the area you're in. You are not audible.
Is actually to ensure our footprint, to ensure that we ensure to our rural community. We'll ensure, honorable Chairperson and honorable members, that with our other partners, SIRA, that if there are any private security companies that are actually involved in illegal activities, that I will personally ensure that from my side, I engage with the CEO of SIRA to ensure that there is compliance in terms of the SIRA Act. I submit, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Lieutenant General Motlala and the SAPS team. I see a hand from Honorable Mahmoud Tunjwa, the Chairperson of Employment and Labor.
No, thank you, Chair. I didn't hear any direct or convincing response from SAPS in terms of police stations that are situated in farms, which in farms, and that though that they are renting houses from farm owners to be police stations. I didn't get any, and if I missed it, Chair, my apologies, but I would have expected at least an explanation or whatever in that, because that is very concerning from my side.
In trying to gain clarity, Honorable Mamutundra, you are saying that there are houses that are being utilized by SAPS or farm owners. Can that be addressed or confirmed?
Just to make an example, in Northern Cape, in a farm in Appington, I've just forgotten the name. That's what we were told by farm dwellers of that situation. And another area in KZN, I'll just have to go to my notes, but there is that scenario in terms of police stations that are located within the jurisdiction of a land of a farm owner and renting houses.
Can we ask SAPS Pinar to respond to this? Is this true?
Honorable Chairperson, if I may respond.
Yes, please go ahead, Lieutenant General Motlala.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, from what I know, but will still provide further information in writing. But all the facilities that SAPS is actually utilizing through our division supply chain management, we get those leases. Lease contracts are actually facilitated with a Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. So we'll look into that. I'll speak to the Divisional Commissioner for Supply Chain Management, General Fani, so that we can be able to provide the detailed information about those alleged police stations that seems to be located in farming communities. So we'll provide those details in writing, Honorable Chairperson and members. I submit.
Thank you, Lieutenant General Motlala, and also the Major General Pinar. I think, honorable members, let us request that the South African Police Services, particularly on the specific cases that we have raised, they may not be able to provide immediate answers on. We will therefore request that all the questions that have been posed by the honorable members be responded to in writing no later than end of business day next week, Friday, that being the 23rd of September. Please ensure that the committee secretariat are finished with written answers to the questions that we posed. And I would like to correct the case number that I gave. It is in relation to the Ndlazi family. Ndlazi family and not the Mchali family. If you may be able to take note of that and respond accordingly. Honorable members, at this point, we will now move to our two other presentations that we have anticipated for today's session, which will be from the Department of Social Development, as well as Women in the Presidency. I will now hand over to the Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Employment and Labor, that being the Honorable Mamutundra. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Mandela, and thank you to everybody that is in the platform. the Department of Social Development and that of the Presidency. We will then now allow the Department of Social Development to take us through, tell us who's going to be making a presentation and who from the department are also accompanying whoever is leading them. I won't waste any time, honorable members. Over to you, Social Development.
Good morning, honorable chairs of the joint committees and members of the Parliament. We are joined by Minister of Social Development, and I will allow her opportunity for her to give us to introduce the department. I am Peter Mtsf, and I'm with the executive of the Department of Social Development. All the executive members are here with me, and we will be led by the minister. Then we start the presentation. Over to you, Minister.
Welcome, Minister, and I'm sorry for that. I didn't check the attendance, but you are welcome, Minister. Over to you and your team.
Okay, I think there's some connection challenge. Minister is joining us from the US. They might have some connection problem. Let me then also tender the apology of the Deputy Minister who is attending the TV conference. The Minister, if she gets the opportunity, she will join us. Honorable members, we pleased that you invited us to do our presentation. We will then straight away ask our Chief Director, Mtsf, to take us through the presentation. But I have got a disclaimer in terms of the request. The Department of Social Development do not aggregate data based on the farm working communities, but they provide through our services using the service center that are at the local area in all the areas. Some are next to the farm areas. So our presentation will not specifically say this in this farming area, in that farming area, but I think we will provide all the services that we are providing, including the social grants that we are providing. Over to you, Mtsf.
Thank you, Acting DG. Good morning, Honorable Chairpersons of the Joint Committees, Honorable Members. My name is Mtsf. I'll be taking you through the presentation of the department as per the invitation. If you can move to the next slide, the next one. Thanks. As the DG indicated, we are mandated as the Department of Social Development to provide care and support services to vulnerable groups through the implementation of social development approach, where we invest in every citizen to become self-sustainable and contribute to economic growth of the country. So the services we provide do not really differentiate in terms of the location of the beneficiaries, being farming communities or other communities. So as part of the context, we want to indicate that the 2019 Census statistics indicate that about 20% of the households in the country were considered to be food insecure. And this has been made worse by the pandemic as per the waves, in terms of the wave 1 and 3, which has been confirmed by the National Income Dynamic Study survey, where it indicated that in wave 2, for example, 45% of the upper bound, there were 45% of the upper bound poor being poor in terms of food poor, or they fell into the lower bound poverty line. So there were many communities which faced major food shortages as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and this disrupted in the main the food supply chains. If we move to the next slide, we cite here, honorable members, the study that was conducted by the Western Cape Department of Agriculture. It's a census of agri-workers in the Western Cape. It's a 2017 study, which found that there were more adults, which are mainly male, and the male children within the farms as compared to female, and majority of these were below the ages of 35, with over 60%. And as part of the findings of the study found that most of, in terms of the different variables, that the farm workers faced quite a number of challenges, and most of the highest number of agri workers, some of which, for example, they had some form of high school from the Cape Winelands, where we had 49%, and the females were 49% of males, females were 30%. And there's very few people, according to this study, who had adequate level of education. So other variables that the study found, for example, overall in terms of the population, as per this survey, is that you have 8.5% of the total population who had metric, less than 1% in having APET, and 0.002% having a tertiary qualification, and only 26.3% of the population was attending school, whereas you have 5% who were too young to attend schooling. The analysis also indicates that you have 87.7% of the population that are working age, but have not completed a matric. If we move to the next slide, as the department, we use different approaches in delivering the services that we provide, core of which is conducting what we call household and community profiling. And during profiling of these households and communities, we have identified, among others, the prevalence of the following social ills, especially in some of the farming communities, as much as these social ills also prevail in non-farming communities. This includes, among others, gender-based violence, substance abuse, child abuse, including the child labor, poverty and hunger, child neglect. We have cases of orphans and vulnerable children, crime in general, HIV and AIDS, as well as the violation of the basic human rights. So we have adopted, in the next slide, several approaches or strategies that we use in providing the services. And this includes, among others, as I've indicated, the profiling of households, but we do conduct community dialogues as well as stakeholder engagements, mainly because some of our services, we provide them in collaboration with quite a number of stakeholders. We conduct awareness campaigns. We use the word-based approach as well as the district development model approach, and in some of the areas we do provide mobile as well as satellite services. We list in the next slide some of the services, especially in response to the request by the committee focusing on women, children, as well as people with disabilities. Within the broader social welfare services, some of the services we provide, it's your psychosocial support services, your family preservation services, services in response to gender-based violence and femicide, anti-substance abuse, broader services to children and persons with disabilities, as well as referral for services to other government departments in instances where the services which are required are not within the mandate of the department. We also provide broader comprehensive social security, amongst which social assistance is included. Within the community development services, we provide community mobilization as well as social cohesion, poverty alleviation initiatives, which is part of the broader food security and nutrition program. We are also responsible to implement the registration as well as compliance monitoring of the non-profit organizations. And we are responsible for youth development, working together with the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities in the Presidency. So in the next few slides, we'll be looking closely at some of the specific services, starting with the social assistance. In terms of the constitution or the provision of social security, it emanates from the provisions within the Constitution, Section 27, which provides for rights to access to social security, Section C, for people who are unable to provide for themselves or their dependents. And within the same, within the Constitution as well, in instances where the application for this broader social assistance for one reason or the other is not approved, the Constitution gives the applicants the right to administrative action that is lawful, reasonable, and procedurally fair. What this means is that in instances where when people apply, their grant is not approved, they can appeal so that there's reconsideration of the application itself. When we move to the next slide, we provide the grant coverage by the different types of grant in terms of the actual number of people who are covered in different provinces, as well as by different grants. And as much as the statistics is disaggregated into provinces, within these provinces, you also have beneficiaries who are within the farming communities. So we have the numbers as projected, the highest being the child support grant, followed by the old age grant, and then the disability grant. But overall, in terms of the number of social grant beneficiaries, we have over or almost 18.8 million social grant beneficiaries. I would like to indicate that while the grant types are given here, we also have the social relief of distress, which is part of the broader social security provisions that we provide, which is provided to persons who have insufficient means to provide for themselves, or they're affected by the disaster, or they face undue hardships. Moving to the next slide, we show the growth in terms of the grants value, moving from the values that each of the grants had from October 2021, the increases that came into effect in April 2022, as well as the expected increase in October 2022. So we are then able to see that on average between 2021 and 2022, each of these different grants would have the different maximum values. If we look on the far right, it gives them the average percentage grant increase between the two financial years. In terms of the old age grant, the grants are slightly different for those who are below the ages of 75, as well as those who are above the ages of 75. But the different percentages in terms of the average growth would show that for the first two grants, being the older persons, the war veterans, as well as the disability grant, on average, there's an increase of 5%, including the care dependency grant. Then there's 4.3 for child support, as well as granting aid. And lastly, it's 1.9% for the foster care grant. Honorable members would remember that there's a special type of grant in the next slide, called the COVID-19 SRD grant, which came into or was initiated when the first the country went into lockdown in 2020. And this grant is provided to the citizens or permanent residents as well as refugees registered with the Home Affairs who are currently residing within South Africa. They are between the ages of 18 and 60. And they are not receiving any other grant or the UIF or the NSFAS or other form of support, including residing within government-funded or subsidized institutions. And as at the 6th of September, we had almost or just above 12 million applications, of which 56% were females, almost 7 million, and 44%, just above 5 million, were males. In terms of the services to women, children, as well as persons with disabilities, in the next slide, starting with the services to women, we also would like to indicate here, honorable members, that as much as we have cited the services rendered to women, some of these services are rendered to other beneficiaries as well, not specifically women, but we are elevating this in terms of the response. We have counseling services, provision of shelter for victims of gender-based violence. We also have the Gender-Based Violence Command Center, which is a toll-free service that we provide to victims of gender-based violence to report. We have campaigns around HIV and AIDS, which we conduct in partnership with the Department of Health. We also have awareness campaigns to farm dwellers around the child protection as well as domestic violence, which we also conduct in partnership with other stakeholders. I've already referred to family pre-relation services, but in this case, we want to indicate the Sinovuyo Youth Teen Parenting Program, which is a program that is meant or focuses specifically on youth or teenagers who are parents. We have quite a number of social behavior change programs targeting young girls as well as adolescents, amongst which we have the YOLO, which means you only live once, and the DREAM, of which are encouraging young girls to, or educating them around the social behaviors, especially sexual education. We have women empowerment, among one of which the focus is on targeting procurement of goods and services towards women-owned companies. I've made reference to social relief of distress when I was presenting on the grants, which is one of the interventions. We have a campaign of provision of sanitary dignity packs to women as well as young girls, as well as the general referral to other government departments in terms of the services that we do not provide as a department, especially your identity documents, because more in terms of our services, some of our services would require, such as the grant would require identity documents. Moving to services to persons with disabilities, as we work with our provincial counterparts, we do have in these specific provinces, the specific areas where we confirmed the direct services which are provided within the farming areas in the Western Cape, as within the districts as listed, your Cape Winelands, the West Coast District, the Eden Karoo, within the Northwest Province, the 3 districts in Limpopo, Mopani, Capricorn, and Waterberg, in Mpumalanga, Tanzania, as well as Harrisburg. And some of the services that are provided to persons with disabilities include the broader psychosocial support services, which are provided to families, children, as well as persons with disabilities. We have child protection services, which we'll talk to in detail in the next few slides, and statutory services, as well as other disability-related services, such as protective workshops and so forth. Moving to the next slide, in terms of the services to children, we have three broader programs: child protection, the adoption, as well as the international social services and services to orphans and vulnerable children. And some of the services we render includes, among others, your foster care placement, placement of children or placement of children in child youth care centers, adoption services, the provision of social relief of distress in the form of your food parcels, as well as school uniform by our entity SASA, therapeutic services for abused children. I've spoken to the awareness campaigns in terms of child protection. We also have awareness campaigns on migrant issues, which we run in partnership with civil society organizations. We, honorable chairpersons, we were requested to also cite some of the relevant legislations which inform our work, as well as some of the strengths and weaknesses. So in terms of the Constitution, the Section 28 provides for the protection of the rights of children, the rights to family and parental care, as well as protection from exploitative legal practices, including the fact that children should not be used directly in armed conflict. In our context and within South Africa context, it becomes your gangsters. It's one area that as a department will respond to. So some of the weaknesses, it's really the poor implementation in terms of the provision of some of these sections in the Constitution, as well as the lack of understanding of the rights of children in general. And in terms of the birth and death registration, there's generally lack of knowledge amongst farm dwellers or workers in terms of registration of birth, as well as death, especially in instances where medical practitioners are not available to certify the causes of death. Moving to the next slide, it's the Children's Act, which is core to the work of the department. In terms of the Children's Act, the Act provides for collaboration and coordination of services between us as the Department of Social Development and a number of stakeholders, including other government departments such as Justice and Constitutional Development, Health, Education, Home Affairs, and so forth. The Act provides for the prevention of child labor practices, and it makes provision for children in need to be taken care of and to be protected and placed in foster care as an alternative. Yes, and one of the, or amongst the weaknesses, it's the inadequate resourcing for comprehensive implementation of the provisions within the Act. The different interpretation of the provisions of the Act as well, and the provisions within the Act are also negatively impacted by some of the systemic issues that inhibit, for example, the adequate provision of services, which results in quite a number of challenges within the broader child protection space. If we move to the next slide, we have the Prevention and Combating of Trafficking in Persons Act, which as the department, we are a member of the Intersectoral Committee on Trafficking in Persons. Amongst the weaknesses that we found in relation to implementation of this act, it's some of the cases where social service practitioners are unaware of the exact role that they have to play when it comes to the implementation of the act. The Basic Conditions of Employment Act, it makes a number of provisions when it comes to prohibiting the employment of children or making the employment of children under the age of 15 or who are under the minimum school leaving age, children under the age of 18, and it makes it inappropriate for them to work in risky places and so forth. So within this as well, one of the weaknesses was is the poor reporting of such cases of child labor to the Department of Employment and Labor. In terms of the criminal law, Amendment Act, specifically on sexual offences and related matters. This particular act makes provision and categorizes sexual offences, and it's all, as a department, we are also part of the intersectoral committee to implement this particular act. And one of the, or amongst the weaknesses is in instances where victims are not aware of, for example, the protection of evidence during the sexual abuse and exploitation cases. We did not reflect here, Honorable Chairperson and colleagues, the Child Protection Register, which we manage as the Department of Social Development, which the register checks the suitability of individuals to work with children. So we screen individuals and to check if they're suitable to work with children in terms of their conduct, as well as the maybe the offenses that they may have conducted in the past. Moving to the next slide, we list some of the policies and guidelines that we developed as a department, and we take the lead in implementation, amongst which is the intersectoral protocol on the prevention and management of violence, child abuse, neglect, as well as exploitation, which is meant to strengthen the work we do as a department, including coordination between coordination of services rather for prevention of violence against children. It also provides for collaboration through defining roles of different stakeholders in terms of implementing this particular protocol. We also have the guidelines on prevention and prevention of and response to child exploitation, which also strengthens the intersectoral protocol. So there's generally also here the lack of understanding in terms of the protocols and procedures when it comes to the care and protection of children. Moving to the next component, which focuses on community development interventions, which we provide as the department together with our entity, the National Development Agency. We are responsible or we contribute to the implementation of the National Food and Nutrition Security Plan for the country, which amongst the broader objectives is, or for us as a department, we focus on strategic objective 3, which is to provide targeted social protection measures. We support the development of the provincial specific food and nutrition security plans, as well as the establishment of the Food and Nutrition Security Councils at both national as well as provincial departments. The Food and Nutrition Strategy Plan itself reflects the common vision across various government departments. It also entails a unified set of national and provincial goals and objectives, the indicators as well as targets for monitoring services. It's anchored amongst the 7 strategic objectives. And as a department, in the next slide, we lead coordination of strategic objective 3, as I've alluded to earlier, which is to expand targeted social protection, and we work with various government departments, including the Home Affairs, Education, civil society organizations, as well as other development partners such as your UN agencies. In the next slide, we provide statistics for the first quarter of the current financial year in terms of the number of people as well as number of households we were able to reach as a department through our different food security programs. And in total, within the first 3 months of the current financial year, we were able to reach 97,000 individuals and 20,000 or almost 21,000 households. Moving to the interventions by the NDA in the next slide, the National Development Agency uses the grant funding as a strategic intervention to support civil society organizations which are involved in food security. And this is premised on the fact that grant funding plays a critical role to sustain the civil society organization sector, as well as to enhance their capacity to deliver services in poor communities. There are 3 broader outcomes within the Food and Nutrition Security Program, which the NDA focuses on, which is improving access to food through social protection and development programs, improved health and nutrition as well as hygiene, and the establishment of food value chains for improved rural communities. So in the next slide, we provide, these are the interventions which the NDA provide, the grant funding to food security projects. And we were able to, through the NDA, provide funding of just above 7 million to 49 civil society organizations. And the focus or the results of this funding, it's your household food security, which has been improved through this support to communal food gardens as well as smallholder farms. So the household income from this funded civil society organizations as well as cooperatives involved in economic activities has been increased, thereby increasing the asset base of these respective communities, of course, including the smallholder farms. Apart from the funding that we provide, we also make referrals for civil society organizations for further funding and support. And we're able to, through the NDA, assist 294 smallholder farmers in their application for relief fund. So these are the broader interventions within this. In concluding, Honorable Chairperson and colleagues, as the department, our services are key in dealing with care and support for all individuals from conception to grave. We need to and we continue to learn lessons and build on social compact that will create the South Africa as well as South Africans we want in line with our developmental agenda as well as constitutional values of the country. We have become more agile in the provision of our services to the public, and we have learned and we continue to learn how to respond quickly to the shocks created by both poverty and inequality. There are efforts within the broader social development portfolio to expand on the coverage of social protection interventions to cover and to cater for all poor and vulnerable people in the country, including those within the farming areas. We continue through every opportunity we get to call on our partners or development partners to collaborate with us on our efforts to develop communities and build self-reliance through various initiatives such as the linking of CSG beneficiaries to economic opportunities, which is an initiative where we want to see beneficiaries graduating from receiving social grants, but being linked to economic opportunities so that it can be sustainable. Social entrepreneurship, as well as creation of sustainable livelihoods through different initiatives. We recommend that the Joint Portfolio Committee note the report as well as the services that we provide as social development. Thank you so much. Back to you, DG.
Thank you very much, honorable members. That is the social development report to the Joint Portfolio Committee. This is a portfolio, SASA, NDA, and the Department of Social Development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, DG. Can we then get the next report from the presidency?
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon to both the Chairperson of the Joint Portfolio Committee. I'm Mikateko Maluleke. I'm the Director General of the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities. I received a communication from the parliamentary officer that Minister was supposed to join, but last night she got ill, so she's not able to join the meeting. However, I'll do the presentation. I'm joined here by two DDGs, Ms. Shoki Chabalala and Ms. Ranji Reddy. Thank you very much. Can we go to the next slide? First of all, I would like to apologize that we didn't bring on board the NYDA because we didn't think that it would be required. But as the Department of Social Development was presenting, then we realized that we should have brought the NYDA also. However, I would like to thank both the chairpersons of this joint committee for inviting us and for the opportunity to brief the committees on what the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities is doing in terms of farm workers and farm dwellers. The Minister and the department acknowledges that farm workers and farm dwellers continue to remain a highly vulnerable group of people in the country as victims of the historical legacy of colonialism and apartheid and of the violence and dispossessions they were subjected to. We also acknowledge that although with the advent of democracy in 1994 and the adoption of our strong human rights-based legislative framework, there are many vulnerable sectors whose rights are continually violated, and these vulnerable sectors have de jure equality, but it has not translated into substantive enjoyment of human rights. The department welcomes the resolution of the National Assembly of 10 November 2020 to establish an ad hoc committee in terms of Rule 253 to conduct a comprehensive review of the living and working conditions of farm workers and dwellers, including reviewing relevant legislation pertaining to the sector. Next slide. The department would like to present to the committees its role in promoting and protecting human rights of women, youth, and persons with disabilities, and the different endeavors it is making towards this end. First of all, would like to indicate that the department is not a service delivery department. However, it is the center of government department at policy level with huge mandate of women, youth, and persons with disabilities at different levels in government, private sector, labor, and civil society, and also has international reporting responsibilities. However, it is structured and resourced to fail. It must provide guidance and direction to key line functions departments on mainstreaming matters related to the three sectors across their work, but also to work with the private sector, business community, labor movement, donor community, civil society, among others, as indicated. The mandate of the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities is to regulate the socio-economic empowerment and participation of women, youth, and persons with disabilities, and to advance their rights. The mandate is also derived from the Bill of Rights of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. The mandate is manifested in our legislative framework of the country in policies, strategies, and programs of various line function departments in the National Development Plan, Vision 2030, as well as within the Mtsf 2019 to 2024. Our apology, we're still referring to the old one. Across the 7 national priorities, it is achieved through functions such as mainstreaming, advocacy, monitoring, evaluation, research, stakeholder engagement, and international work for all 3 sectors. The department's mandate is vested in 3 key policies which provide the basis for its work. On women and gender equality is the South African National Policy Framework for Women's Empowerment and Gender Equality, which was approved by Cabinet in 2000, which is currently in the process of being reviewed. and key international conventions and instruments such as CEDAW, the AU Women's Protocol, SADC Protocol on Gender and Development, the SADC Protocol on Gender Equality in Africa, Beijing Platform for Action, Agenda 2030, and its Sustainable Development Goals, the AU Agenda 2063, and others. On disability is the South African White Paper on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and key international conventions and instruments such as the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, the AU Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, among others. On youth is the National Youth Policy, which was approved by Cabinet in 2021, and other international and national instruments. Key elements of all three sectors from these policy documents are that of establishment of national gender. Women now are challenging us that we must say women's national women's machinery. They're saying we are subsuming them in the gender, and yet we have national youth machinery. So that's why I have the bracket. So it's the national gender machinery. However, we think we'll be moving to national women's machinery, national youth machinery, and national disability machinery. The establishment of gender focal points or women focal points, youth focal points, and disability focal points. Before we move on this one, I would like to indicate that government fails to adhere to these requirements. If we can be able to achieve this, most of the challenges for women, youth, and persons with disabilities would be identified, would be alleviated, would be monitored and evaluated properly. The establishment of the women focal point or gender focal points and youth focal points and disability, it's so that every government department should have a unit at a director level that assists that department to mainstream women or youth or persons with disabilities in the business of that department. However, that is not happening. Some departments, their focal points are at assistant director level and others are below, but also because these people don't sit at the at Manco or at Exco or at the strategic workshop, they can't assist the departments to mainstream, but also these units also have the responsibility for monitoring and evaluation. National government departments have got offices, regional offices in all 9 provinces, and the departments that have a national and a provincial mandate, they have MECs and departments in the provinces. All of them need to employ either women focal points or gender focal points, youth focal points, and disability focal points. Somewhere it happens, somewhere it doesn't happen. But where they have them, they are used for events. They are only called when they are asked what is happening on Women's Day or on Youth Day or all those, and yet those responsibilities are not for the focal points, are supposed to be for the communications unit or stakeholder coordination unit in the department. These ones are supposed to empower government to be able to mainstream women, youth, and persons with disabilities at all levels, national, provincial, municipality, private sector, even including in the judiciary. The judiciary also has a responsibility to mainstream women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Next slide. Oh my God, Oh, I was just being load-shedded just now. I thought my battery was dying. Thank you very much. The department is undertaking this work across government and the state in general through the development of frameworks, strategies, or programs such as the gender responsive budgeting, the gender responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring, evaluation, and auditing framework, which was approved by Cabinet in March 2019, also sets the work for youth and disability responsiveness. Tools for mainstreaming within government departments, including those departments with a mandate related to farm workers and farm dwellers. The gender responsive budgeting we're working with the National Treasury to establish a tool that the National Treasury will be able to force all government departments to report, from budgeting to expenditure and to auditing on mainstreaming gender responsive budgeting. Also, the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, our department is responsible for coordinating all government departments on addressing gender-based violence and femicide. Therefore, we have developed the National Strategic Plan, also which was approved by Cabinet in March 2020. Also, we have developed the country gender indicator framework, youth monitoring and evaluation framework, and disability monitoring matrix, gender-based violence and femicide monitoring and evaluation framework. The indicators and targets have been infused into the MTSF as well, the indicators of all these M&E frameworks. We also use these tools to monitor line function departments. The Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities doesn't have the capacity to conduct monitoring and evaluation at the ground level at the municipalities, because the department doesn't have provincial or local presence. However, we work with the DPME to be able to do that. We're also now partnering with SALGA to ensure that they assist us to monitor in terms of the framework that we have developed. Next slide. Disability frameworks that we have developed is universal design and access, which informs government departments and private sector. However, as a department, we have not been able to monitor whether there's compliance or not in terms of access to the building, in terms of user friendliness of access to government buildings, but also to private sector. Even access in terms of transport, our buses are not designed to allow persons with disabilities to be able to use the transport. Also reasonable accommodation. The other one is awareness raising. The other one is self-representation, where persons with disabilities are saying nothing about us without us. So we have developed a framework to foster a better life, the better living conditions, inclusion, and access for persons with disabilities. Also, annually, we analyze the strategic plans and the APPs in partnership with the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation and the National Treasury, so that the priorities of women, youth, and persons with disabilities are included within planning documents. This includes that of farm workers and dwellers under related line departments. The department also is part of the National Treasury MTech Technical Functional Group on budgeting to ensure that line departments will have to focus budgets on priorities related to women, youth, and persons with disabilities. This is where full implementation of laws and policies related to farm workers' living and work conditions will be prioritized. We've also developed MOUs with key stakeholder government departments. Next slide. Mainstreaming is about ensuring that the priorities, issues, concerns of 3 sectors are infused into laws, policies, programs, and day-to-day work of line function departments. The approach should also be used by other sectors such as labor, private sector, civil society, and others. Mainstreaming is the responsibility of every government official at all 3 levels, national, provincial, and local government. Generally, it should be overseen by a focal point in an institution, which also has the responsibility for monitoring and evaluation as indicated earlier on. Next slide. In terms of addressing farm workers and dwellers living and working conditions. The department works on institutionalizing mainstreaming into national line function departments, provincial as well as municipal and district level. And we engage with focal points where they exist, as they should be an extension of the arm of the department. Unfortunately, the challenges indicated earlier on is that focal points are not appointed in every institution in line with the policies on women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Where they are appointed, they are either at ranks that are not SMS, so they are unable to be part of decision-making and planning and budgeting, or they are appointed to do a basket of services, one focal point being responsible for women, youth, and persons with disabilities. The department's cross-cutting indicators and targets in the MTSF have been included on monitoring line function departments in terms of the progress being made. The department stakeholder engagements, including with labor unions and other civil society structures, assist us to be able to know what is happening, whether in the farm dwelling places or farm workers or other women, for example, domestic workers and all those. We normally get reports from those engagements where people will tell us what is happening in certain areas. The department will also engage with labor unions related to farm workers, as well as organizations of farm owners and organizations in the agriculture sector, so that there are programs on awareness raising on human rights, basic conditions of service, addressing gender-based violence and harassment at the workplace, among others. Next slide. During the 2020-2021 financial year, the department signed an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, with certain departments, including the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform, and Rural Development. The 6 priority areas that have been identified in the MOU that the department signed with Agriculture was focusing on access to land and acquisition, post-settlement support, rural enterprise and cooperative support, skills development, market access, and 40% public procurement as pronounced by the president. The collaboration on the MOU has just completed a cumulative annual report in this regard with DALRAT. There have been positive outcomes, having moved from a zero base. The task team has been able to embed the disaggregation of data across these priority areas to reflect outcomes of implemented interventions by DALRAT towards women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Next slide. Some of the more standout contributions under the priority areas being the following: access to land, access and acquisition of land. Of the targeted 39,000 hectares of allocated land, 37 or 14,000 hectares went to women, 16% or 6,000 hectares went to youth. Post-settlement support under the land development support, 97 women and youth benefited from supported projects. B, comprehensive agricultural support programs aimed at farmers or producers, supported either with production inputs, infrastructure, technical support, facilitation of access to markets, training and capacity building. Of the 7,432 beneficiaries, women were 2,374. 865 were youth and 25 were persons with disabilities. Regarding the Presidential Employment Stimulus Initiative, 37,415 were women, 30,139 were youth, and 687 were persons with disabilities. On the third indicator, rural enterprise and cooperative support, number of agricultural cooperatives trained amounted to a total of 91 co-ops, with 334 members trained and disaggregated as 155 women, 131 youth, and 2 persons with disabilities. Farmer production support units amounted to 23 women, 24 youth, and at least 1 infrastructure projected completed. Next slide. On skills development, the 4th indicator, regarding attracting, recruiting, and training youth, 556 interns appointed internally, 950 graduates placed on farms, and 678 assistant agriculture. Practitioners appointed, 969 new students enrolled at agricultural colleges, 760 are Black, and regarding external bursary schemes program done for a year, a total of 703 was achieved, where women, youth, and persons with disabilities also benefited. Number 5, market access. We support, in partnership with agriculture, we even go to the districts to provide workshops with regard to this. We support the support given to producers to access markets amounted to 38 women, 32 youth, and 1 person with disabilities. This can also be accounted from women supported through CASP. Further substantive work still to be achieved in this area. On 40% public procurement, the provision of procurement opportunities to SMMEs owned by women, youth, and persons with disabilities gave direct opportunities to 388 women, 328 youth, and 16 persons with disabilities. Next slide. The Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities signed an MOU in 2019 with the Congress of Traditional Leaders of South Africa in Mpumalanga Province. Areas of collaboration were providing support on the facilitation of national dialogues, advocacy for women, youth, and persons with disabilities within the rural areas and the farm areas, strategically supporting the socio-economic of women, youth, and persons with disabilities, implementing capacity building interventions targeting women, youth, and persons with disabilities, which include public education training, skills development, and mentorship programs, promoting gender equality and transformation. In collaboration with DALRAT, the Department of Agriculture, Rural Land Reform and Rural Development, and Tembisile Hani Local Municipality in Kangala, capacity building workshops have been implemented in Kwamhlanga area to support the socio-economic empowerment of women, youth, and persons with disabilities within the agricultural value chain. Also, in March this year, we hosted a workshop in partnership with the MEC of Agriculture and Rural Development in Limpopo, where we were focusing on the impact of climate change on women in the farms, and also women farmers and women in the rural areas. I submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ma'am. Members, there are the 2 presentations, social development and the Department of Women in the Presidency. Any takers? Okay, I don't see any hands. I will assume that members don't have any questions from these departments. Thank you very much from both the departments of social development and in the presidency. If there are any other issues that we may be interested in, I would think that we will write to you and expect you to respond in writing. Thank you very much, honorable members. For me, it's only in page 11 where I will request the Department of Women in the Presidency where you are outlining all the reflected on numbers, where projects were. Can you please break down those so that we know? We want to have an understanding in which province, starting where you said, I don't know which slide is that, where you said there are 900 and something women that have benefited on farming and the others on auxiliary farming. We are humbly requesting that you give us that breakdown so that we are able, because it's not going to be the end of this project, of this oversight, but it's going to give us an opportunity that we then able to monitor how those how people are benefiting in terms of these projects. So we will give you, as we have given other departments, 7 days. By next week, Friday, we will humbly request that breakdown. Having said that, I just want to check if I see there's one hand that has popped up. Honorable Mandela.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think honorable members are in difficulty in terms of the presentations put to us. And I think I myself found wanting, as I honestly do not know what to ask here. In terms of the presentations put to us, I see they've been reporting on land acquisitions as well as SMMEs, but we have not been able to get clearly what their role has been in terms of farm workers and farm dwellers, and perhaps labor tenants living and working on farms. I also haven't been able to see what they are doing with the farm workers and dwellers, for example, the women in the presidency. In our oversight visit, Honorable Chair, we came across a number of women in farms who had been victimized immensely by farm owners. And it seems evident that there has not been any form of engagement with the Department of Women in the Presidency. And this is what we wanted to draw their attention to and ascertain as to what work have they actually done with women on women who are farm workers and farm dwellers on farms. And the presentation doesn't assist us much in ascertaining that. And I think this is why we find that a lot of honorable members found wanting have not been able to pose questions in this regard. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. In fact, I was hesitant to say what you are saying, because that has been my observations, and I was trying to get a correct word that is going to make them not to feel uncomfortable, and thinking that we are either undermining their presentation. I want to make a proposal. It's just unfortunate that the ministers are not here. I want to make a proposal that will say, maybe a chair, you will also reflect on that, and I hope members will also reflect on that, that we give them another chance so that they understand exactly what is it that our brief is about. I'm aware that they are in particular the latter department, is overseeing all other departments. But here, if they can just be focused, that is why my request was that we will need to have a breakdown, which is really detailed, in particular around the area where they say they have in the slide where they've said they've assisted X number of women. I want to put that to the committee to check if members are in agreement with that, because truly and honestly speaking, these two presentations, with the understanding of their scope, but they are not, they've not really assisted us. So if it's permissible that when they come back, they come with their political heads, so that they are able to understand. In fact, taking to our comments, I think they will have to go back and redo the presentation, in particular the latter one from the presidents. Any comments from that? From members?
Hello.
Honorable Mahlo, your hand is up. Honorable Inana, you will be the next. So Honorable Mahlo and Honorable Yinan, in that order.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good day to all on the platform. Chairperson, with regard to the first presentation from social development, we appreciate your presentation. I will align myself with the chairpersons that are saying that we need to get the specifics on what you are presenting, on where and how, because it's like it's an aerial presentation which does not assist us to understand issues which will then be able to help us to do our oversight. Because when we are here at home with our constituency offices, it means that we need to make sure that we go and do the oversight visit as part of, as members of parliament. But also, with regard to the social development, when they come back, as I'm supporting the coming back with the report, the better report, which is, it has specifics, they should include their intergovernmental working relationship with the post office. They must be able to tell us what is happening in the whole country where people are not getting paid in other areas because of their network problem or situation. They must tell us what is the remedy to the issue of network, where you find that older people, they wake up in the morning, they go and wait on the sun, waiting to get their what do they call it? Funds. And you find that they end up not getting the money. And in the following day, they go back, they don't go to that station again, the pay point station again. They will move to another station where the older people must be. Some of them, you must remember, they have got these sicknesses of diabetes and sugar, where they have to be carried with donkeys, moving them from one point to another to go and get paid there. And you find that when they arrive there, they get paid a certain number of people. Other people are not getting paid. And this is a worrying factor, because we are going towards national election in 2024, where those people are the people that we believe they believe in our government, where they are going to be not to go be happy to go and vote for the government of the day, because we are not serving them well. We want the Department of Social Development, together with the post office, must come up with this issue clearly. I'm giving an example from Limpopo. That is what I have seen in Harachacha pay point, and Zist pay point, and more other in other provinces. I don't know what is happening, but that is what I saw. We are requesting that when they come back with that report, they must be detailed and tell us what is happening with the issue of network. Can they tell us with about a better system that can let our people get their money in time? That is point number one on the social development. On the latter, Department of Women, I'm supporting that we need specifics so that we can be able to do our oversight. We have got so many women in South Africa. Some of them, they need assistance, of which we can see that our programs are not reaching the people in rural areas mostly. We are suggesting that we need specifics so that we can be able to assist you. It's not a wish hunt. It's all about us assisting you to pinpoint some of the areas that need assistance in time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mahlo. Honorable Yinana.
Chairperson, thank you very much. And welcoming the presentation. I agree with your suggestion that they must come back with the detailed report. Because, Chairperson, what is always puzzling me is that the policies and the programs of the government on paper are so very good. But when you go outside on the oversight, you find everything that you agree about on paper and in form of a policy are not implemented. And the very same people who are supposed to be served with these policies are at a disadvantage. And I think to be provided with the detailed report is going to assist. And that's why I say that, yes, indeed, they must come back with the detailed report for the next time. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much, honorable members. Just to, I see Honorable Zulu. I don't know that he's able to speak. I think that she has logged in. Oh, there she is. I don't know whether she has just logged in, whether she's able to maybe to speak. I would have thought that Honorable Titiza, because I saw her earlier, but I just wanted to say to these two departments that they will have to understand. That's why I'm saying we're not undermining the work that you are doing as the department, as per your mandate. But you must also remember the mandate that we have been given by the minister, by plenary, when that resolution was adopted, that we must go out and conduct an oversight, the plight of farm workers, farm dwellers, and because you can't talk about the two outside a farmer. And then we also, and in that, I want you also to understand that we also want to have an understanding of what is the attitude and the conduct of farmers when you are to provide these services, when you have identified these services and you want to assist your collaboration with other departments, because obviously you can't talk about social development outside health, outside education, outside SAPS, precisely because of the gender-based violence. So we want you to understand that it is in that context. It may be a difficult or a challenging way of reporting because of the nature of this oversight. We will again humbly request you that if you can streamline it within that context of what is entailed in the resolution. And also, please, the reason that we want specifics is because when we were on the ground we were encouraging communities not to be afraid to reflect on how either they are being treated by farmers or treated by departments themselves in terms of the officials that they are interacting with. So we've been encouraging them to be open. And we did say that we will make a follow-up, and when necessary, we will come back and respond to the issues that they have raised. So I want you to understand that it's not that we're unfair, but maybe we didn't maybe make it clear to you, but I would have thought that departments will come back, because they are allowed to do that, come back to the chairs and say, chairs, exactly what is it that you are? What is it that is expected from us? Can you unpack? Because this letter, we really want to understand. So we can see that there is work that you are doing, but ours is on this specific mandate and the resolution, the mandate of the resolution that we were given by the House. Having said that, honorable members, I think we've come to the end of our I see another hand, Mr. or Miss Maluleke.
Thank you, Chair. And this is the Director General of the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. I thought maybe you'll give us an opportunity to say something on the issue of the specifics on the report based on the MOU. We already even have the first annual report, so we will be able to submit that. But my concern is the fact that as a department, we have not, and I don't want to lie, we have not yet done anything in terms of monitoring the conditions of women, youth, and persons with disabilities in the farming areas. So we presented what we are already doing. So which means if we have to report, it's something that we have to include in our work going forward, so that we can be able to, because as I said, during the presentations, I indicated that our department is structured and resourced to fail. In the department, I think we're 130 something, including administration and everyone. And we are looking at all areas. So we can't be everywhere. We don't have provincial presence. We don't have local presence. And yet the departments that should have the gender for the women focal persons and youth focal persons and disability focal persons are in the provinces and in local government. So hence I said we expect them to report to us on the conditions, but we have not yet been able to embark on that. Hence, maybe we couldn't speak specifically to the farm women who are working in farms or farm dwellers. So I would like to apologize in that regard. That's why we were not able to say we've been to this farm monitoring the conditions of women. We apologize.
Thank you. There's a hand from GSD, Department of Social Development. I don't know who is that one.
The Acting Director General of the Department of Social Development. We just want to appreciate the comments from the committee and the direction that they've given. I think if you give us enough time, we'll be able to provide such information requesting from provinces and make sure that available information is provided in that. Earlier, actually, we wanted to request that we given a lot of opportunities so that we can collaborate with provinces, so that we can provide detailed information around those farming areas in different areas from provinces. This information is found in provinces, and we'll be able to get that. But we appreciate your comments. We'll make your work very easy, Honorable Chair, and by providing those informations to you when you call us next time. Thank you very much, Chairpersons.
No, thank you. Apology accepted. I will also advise that you interact with these departments, both employment and labor and agriculture. For example, in employment and labor, we've got inspectors. Maybe they can be of use to you in assisting you in when you are preparing for that report. But we on behalf of both committees, I think we accept the apology. Honorable Mandela, I don't know whether is there anything that you want to say before we, because I see the ministers are not yeah, they're not here. Honorable Mandela.
No, thank you,
Those are remarks.
Honorable Chairperson of Employment and Labor, Mamutunjo. There is nothing on my side, but we would like it noted the absence of the honorable ministers. I had seen earlier the honorable minister Umamu Togo Didiza was on the platform, but she sent me a message that she had to leave at 12:30 as she's going to attend a bereavement in the family in the area of Pedi and Ngusho. So I wished our condolences from our committees and that she may travel safe. That is all on my side, Honorable Chair. I'll hand over back to you to conclude and close the session. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, members. I want to thank members for availing themselves. It is not an easy task that we have been given by the House, but we will then have to ensure that when we report, we have we report having gone through all the stages. I think it will be fair enough to say that Honorable Zulu did log in, maybe because she is out of the country. She also had a difficulty in communicating with us. But we want to, on behalf of both these committees, in the next sitting of the both committees, I think we must ensure both social development, because you are to come back, and Department of Women and Youth and People with Disability, please do come with your principals. Please, please convey that message. This is a very important task that we have been given. This is a very, I want to labor on that. This is a very important task because we have been subjected, and we have seen how people in farms are being treated, their dignity. We don't want to delay you. So please take us, understand that we are not responding and reflecting on these things just because we are reflecting, because there is a report. We have been physically, all 9 provinces, physically being exposed to situations that are very emotional, which are very emotional, physically, and psychologically. So please, please don't forget to interact with both chairs and also the departments for whatever an issue that you want to raise. This is not going to be the end. I think when we finish this term as both these committees, we want to leave a report that is going to take this work forth, and for the country to say that as public representatives, this is an area that we think that we must take it serious. It has been taken serious, but not up to a level that has been reflected by these oversight visits that we have conducted in all these provinces. With that, honorable members, our guests, the departments, enjoy your weekend. Our meeting stand adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair.